Man, YouTube's chat feature is just like the buggiest thing, gamers. Alright, finally have captured it. Buckeye, thank you for the 2/3 of a year. 8 months of decreased productivity but increased happiness. Thanks for keeping me around. Wit, thank you for the almost 4.5 years. Good morning, good morning. Heard a few drafts to start the morning. I was poking off stream. I've not played with the new dork yet. Your first shop is Astro, the Wonder Pup, which is a 1/1 that gets double the buffs. When Astro reaches 20 attack during a fight, trade him. Trade again at 40 and 60 attack. What does train do? Pseudo Pally, thank you for the 64 months. Welcome back. I'm an animals build and the candies build. You get a shop of specific abilities for him. Neat. Oh, hey, so if I draft this, he'll be 5. Okay, we probably lose the first fight. Ooh, that's good. That's good variance for us. 1R 50/50. I think I keep these spread. He's a little less likely to hunt, but I want the bonuses here. Lolly Fairy is nice. It means we're going to get to overwrite the Hungry Hyena here, and then I can slide this, and now she's giving 2/2, which is doubling on this. This is 13/5 already. And then Hungry Hyena is going to crack it to 15. So it's going to trade relatively quickly. So close to a time. If I presence here when Hungry Hyena triggers, we'll get the trade our puppy, huh? Give Astro Sneak. Give Astro Hunt 2/2. Give Astro Ranged. Well, I think it's definitely one of these. He's going to keep getting bigger as I think I give him Ranged. Boonwillow's not bad. It gives us a good amount of points on the board. We'll see if Range can let us stabilize here or not. Doesn't seem very exciting. Blackjack's just gonna die at this point. Take a shop reroll. Your pirates have treasure hoard 2. Do you get a common treasure? Get an epic treasure as well. That seems good. Well, now I gotta try and make blackjack work after we hit treasure room, right? Legally obligated. Because that's nuts. We take those. Hey, glad you've been having fun with it, Ranger, sir. It's only 3/3. Give a slot 6 attack. I feel like I would just put this here, get that bigger. Oh, you could draft copies of Astro Pup. I guess that makes sense. Jeff, what's your forecast on the future of this game? I play it a lot myself, and I wonder why the player count is so low. I would ask you what player count you're looking at. I think similar to how people look at Steam charts. I assume you're looking at Steam charts, because it's the only public-facing number for this game. But, like, I really can't emphasize enough that these games are largely played on mobile. I literally only ever play this game on PC when we're playing it on stream. I've easily got double the hours on mobile that I do on PC. Get a random common treasure, give Astro treasure hoard. Okay, that would give me an epic treasure too. Give Astro farewell, summon me once per fight. That seems nuts. As much as I would like a random epic treasure. Pixie seems very good too. I think this is one of the best candy payoffs of the game. Need a steak. Thank you for the 24 months. I appreciate the 2 years of support. I think I'm keeping this a little while longer. Yeah, nah, I just take the Queen of Hearts for sets. We have Pixie to pump the pup. Yeah, this coming back once is insane. So you're saying this game is as dead as Marvel Snap? Absolutely. I see what you're saying, Hogland. I think it is truly kind of strange that people are so obsessed with the idea of how many people are playing the same game as them. And this isn't restricted to Galaxy or Snap. It's all these games. It's just like, why don't you just worry about, like, if the game is fun for you? If the game is fun, play it. And if it's not fun, play something else. Ooh, Gingerbread Witch. This gives me an epic treasure as well here, which is great. And then we'll replace the Gingerbread Witch. What is fun? Yep, asking the real questions. Do I need to keep powering up Astro? I'm not sure that I do. He's probably big enough. He's not going to trade again. I think we power up these two over here with the Pixie. I think it's reasonable to be wary about spending money on a game that doesn't have as many players, as your investment could be terminated by the company at any time when they fold. So I think that highlights the exact core problem with how people approach these games. Now, I don't think he trades every time. It's just trading it at 40 and 60. Is you should not view any of the money or time you spend on any of these games as an investment. That's not what this is. Is this an ad? Does it say fucking ad in my stream title, you dimwit? Fuck off. If a game is sponsored, it will be very clearly labeled as sponsored, and typically there'll be pinned stuff above the chat and all sorts of other things too. This game has sponsored me in the past. They are not currently sponsoring me. And if that changed, it'll be clearly labeled when it changes. Also, shocker, the person asking me, is this sponsored, but it's very clearly not labeled as such. Never even dropped off a Prime sub. Good riddance. Buffs on me are tripled. Oh, do I want to be powering this up now? I think I do this now, right? I get the Pixie going on these. I think people, and this talks to like the predatory nature of a lot of these games. And for the record, one of the reasons why I like this game is its monetization is far less predatory than basically every other one of these games in the space. What was I gonna say? The people, And you saw this in Magic the Gathering, and you see it in paper card games all the time. It's slightly less prevalent here in digital card games. But you see this in paper card games all the time. People justify spending money they shouldn't be spending on a game by saying, I'm making an investment. And it's like, no, gamer. That is not what you are doing. You are spending money for a hobby. And if that hobby brings you joy and you have spending money in your budget, it's okay to spend it. If you don't have spending money, don't justify it as an investment. Yeah, Astro seems like a neat design space. I like the idea of characters that create specific summons that are unique to them. You should never spend any money on any sort of game that you would be put out if that money went into a wood chipper, right? It's like you go to see a movie, right? Like, you're not going to see a movie to make an investment. You're spending money on a pastime. And you enjoy the movie while you're there, and then when it's done, it's done. I'm surprised we outscale Worm Scale Tinker. I guess they don't have too huge of a buff on it. Don't take out that second mortgage on my hobby. Listen, I knew a guy who cashed in his IRA to buy a set of Power 9 at one point. Hope he's doing all right wherever he's at in the world. That rant reminded me to Prime Sub. Thanks, Ray Tracer. Queen of Pulse is pretty good. I've enjoyed her. I guess she's a bit worse. With Sunflare Glider being worse, probably still playable. Gaming budget. Gamers don't know what a budget is. Yeah, whatever people tell me, they're like, I don't know how much I've spent on Marvel Snap or any of these games. I'm like, you absolutely need to know that number, gamer. Take the time and figure it out. And I say that as someone, I don't say that as someone who's telling you shouldn't spend money on things that bring you joy. I'm just saying you should spend responsibly and have a budget. It's very easy, especially depending on the monetization of certain games. You know, like games that put like Snap, for example, or the character collector games that I enjoy. Like, it's very easy to like spend $5 or $10 a day and have it all add up, right? All right, so we got a treasure, which made our shop bigger. Ooh, Rage Mage sounds good. None of these are villains for her or very good. I think we just take a tavern roll. I'm not working towards Lancelot at all. Dragonling hit his quest. Our stats are kind-ish mediocre at the moment. Oh, this draft isn't particularly strong. I love the ticking time tap. Yeah, I think that's a fine way to be. I don't know the exact dollar number offhand, but I know I've stayed within my budget every month. That's a very, very reasonable way to approach it. And that triggers Lance a little, thanks to Rage Mage and Puck. Lovely. So Lance gives us an artifact, which will trigger this. I think I want to draft the villain just for the sake of getting another treasure, because then she'll give 2/2 to everything in my shop, which is nice. Do I have enough animals to Mama Bear for a little bit? I think I do. Animals typically aren't strong enough to draft long-term in the current draft format, but they're fine for, like, the early mid-game to give you some stats that transfer. Things that give buffs to your slots mean that you'll have those bonuses long-term. I think I'm going to trade in Puck for the Ship Shape Inspector here. Grab a treasure. Your recruit abilities are also farewell abilities. Your first shop always has a legendary spell. What recruit abilities am I going to have? There's a couple treasure-generating recruit abilities. Merlin's Tome's only okay. Ooh, love Fire-Breathing Dragon. Let's get that up here in slot 1. Get 2 range things. Sir, Miss Slot, thank you for the over 4 years. I guess. Am I giving up Rage Mage? I could transition to fairies a little bit. Because what was this? This is your recruit abilities are also farewell abilities? This seems like a decent transition, yeah? Let's get her up front. Ready to die. Does this trigger when other fairies die with Mushroom Ring? I'm actually not sure how that interaction works. Yeah, does it make all phase farewell abilities when they die? I'm actually not sure on that. Pretty sure it's just her. Yeah, I feel like that one feels like it could go either way. Winning that 50-50 on Stinky is nice. Hit the small loss here. So if your opponent only has 1 or 2 things left when you lose, you only lose half a heart, which is nice. There's a lovely Fae. There's a lovely Fae. Let's take a look. Let's watch and see if this gets bigger when Will-O-Wisp dies. God damn it, game. It did not get bigger when Titania died. So it must be just itself then. Holy. That's so good. Halidin, thank you for the 15 months. It's a long time. Welcome back. Thanks for keeping me around. That's really good with Jasmine Dragon. Am I giving her up? I feel like she's really good. She gives me a reroll with the gold one each turn. Did I give up the Will-O-Wisp? I think I'm giving up the Will-O-Wisp. It is a pretty early trade. All right, now I'm giving up the Oracle. It's all gonna be okay. I do this. I do this. Oracle generating 2 on the first turn is quite good. Yup. I guess I could have drafted the Fae. I think I'll take the Stroke to make our combat better. Ooh, Oracle is not surviving this time. Looks like we're taking a full heart loss. She's just not very big. If I can get even one KO with her, though, she's very strong. We're definitely drafting her. I'm just debating if I'm putting her on the board. I think the answer is no. Yeah, not great treasures. I think that's too little too late. Oh, we're winning this one. Okay, that's good. It's good. I mean, it's definitely silver worm scale over that, yeah. None of these are villains, unfortunately. I don't think we keep up with the board we're about to queue into. Yeah. Yeah, Nanny's very big. Keeps is pretty good. A few toys there. Have you tried Luna Girl yet? Yeah, we just did a draft with her. She seems pretty sweet. Just all animals all the time with Mr. McDonald's. Oh, I guess I should technically put Monkey in slot 1 so he can sneak their back row potentially. So still pretty far off of 10. You got a hard time getting this hero to work. This was one of my ones I had the most wins with last season. I'll take the heal here, guaranteed, I think. Got the Foul Lich anyways. Good beat. There's a little bit of variance on whether or not you can actually find your gold, but like if you find your gold copies of your characters, it ratchets up pretty quickly. Does he not give me a lance when he completes his quest now? I think I need Alchemist set. But that's fine. When he completes his quest, we'll still get we'll get another rare treasure, yeah? So close. Next epic character crew is golded. Your treasure buffs get additional 2/2. So that's a lot of potential for payoff, especially with our captain. We need, and this is, you know, when I said that variance element, we need some silvers and some golds here. Or we have Alchemist set. We need some golds. Yeah, 8 points on the board. That's some numbers. Okay, that's a stinky. Really good couple of hits here for us. This person's board is not particularly scary. This is a much needed reprieve. Very happy with the tie here. Cheshire Cat sounds lovely. I think I take the secret rare treasure over the heart. It's close though. A 1,000 sword is appealing, but I think this is better long term. I don't think I have the characters for 1,000 sword to carry at the moment. Fight, copy a random enemy treasure. We take those. Mr. Fox! Oh, I love Mr. Fox, chat. He's gonna be my littlest to get the Ring of Power here, yeah? Sure is. He sneaks a random treasure we don't already have every turn. This guy is not particularly useful in the back. None of these are very exciting. I'll just draft the highest rarity one. I think I like anybody better than this. I'm just going to draft it into the bin so I can get us a secret rare treasure later, potentially. Tinkerer is right there. Yeah, that's fair. Tinkerer is actually the best card in the game. That's accurate. Another secret rare treasure. I would like a mitten. Oh, this is a mage, so I could Eureka this. That's a good one. If we put Fox in the back, he would hunt 4 times. Did I get an X in there? Oh, we did. Good call. Good call. If you get a common treasure, get an epic treasure as well. Absolutely. We don't have heroes. Characters, let's attack a bonus, sure. I already have both of this person's treasures. That's so sad. That's so sad. What is Mr. Fox supposed to steal? Oh my goodness, we got a reinforced hall. That's lovely. I give up the Foul Lich for the Twilight Sprinkle, yeah? I think I'm actually putting Fox here. Make a random character candy. Yeah, that sounds great. Damn it, Stinky, you are the one I didn't want to be candy. Oh god. No, Stinky! Okay, do I need to put Stinky in slot 5 then? I think I need to put Stinky in slot 5 to keep up with that, right? It's still RNG? Yeah, that's fair. Nah, it's more likely to get it though, right? I kind of don't want to cast this. Oh, we got an animal out of it, thank goodness. I think I'm giving up Mr. Fox at this point, chat. Or am I just putting him, like, in the front slot? Maybe I'm just putting him in the front slot. I think I want the chubby cheap. close. Alright, Mr. Jaws. One of your character's attacks gives it 8/8. I think this is better. I think this is better. Fox in front makes him likely to swing into Hercules. Yeah, I guess that's right. I should probably just be giving up the Fox is what is probably supposed to be happening. Alright, we take that tie. I don't know what the plan is for actually beating that in the long term, but we take the tie in the short term. Yeah, I need a scam for sure. I mean, I'm definitely gonna lose at least one more fight. Oh my goodness, we hunted so many times? That's so crazy. This is only when my dragons die, right? Your dragons have farewell. I don't have any other dragons. Oh, we're not playing against the Hercules player. I hate that. I always forget. I always forget. Do you have the secret red makes everything every type? I don't. Tiamat's just really good. Cast 2 candy spells next turn. Yep, we're gonna cast some candy spells, Chip. I don't know what happened, but I accept. Humbly and graciously. All right, we're on our way to scam, Chip. Let's get ready to scam now! Man, the Hunter's Axe with the gold Twilight Sprinkle is very silly. So that's what's happening, by the way. I have a Hunter's Axe that says, these hunt to trigger the hunts behind. So this thing hunted like 80 times. Is what's happened here. And there's a mega mall going on here while all this is happening as well. Oh. Interesting. Why do I need a shrub? Oh, I guess that would make them all dragons. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah, I wasn't thinking it's Tiamat. This game's way more fun when it goes long. The longer games are so much fun. Oh, the Hercules player lost. That's crazy. It's fine, chat. It's fine that we didn't take the other thing because none of our characters are dying. Okay? Nobody's dying, okay? Oh yeah, we had infinite mittens in there too, right? Is what was happening with all the spells? That sounds right. I accept. So, I think the two most competitive types of things you can draft in their current draft format are treasures and candy. So Old McDonald is good because he's like a peak treasure enabler. Yeah, Mr. Fox for the X for sure. I almost feel like I want a Huntsman. I don't think I have a Huntsman though for that deck. I have drafted a lot with him. I wonder if I got one at some point. What is his name? I really wish there was an edit button for the captain on that end screen. All right, I'm going to tap an ad roll, and I'm going to go see if I have a Huntsman for that deck. Be right. Stand up for a little bit, too. McDonald's feels interesting because treasures are good, but animals are not. Yeah, I think that's accurate. I would agree that animals in general are kind of medium. What was the name? Old McDonald's. L M N O. Oh, I do have a Huntsman. That was truly nuts with Twilight Sprinkles. Yeah, that's true. He does require us to spend turns not full animals. I think it's probably worth testing. This is it. Well, it's just it's about a different non-animal. Let's wait a second for the Twitch ad to finish here. Freaking YouTube turning on automatic end rolls every single day when I start the stream. Platform's so annoying. Apologies, YouTube viewers. Hey, we're definitely taking Sweet Tooth. Pixie and Count Visk are lovely. Let's open up Puss, I think. And then a Lolly Fairy probably means we lose the first fight here, but sets us up pretty well typically, I think. Puck is nice too. Very happy to trade there after we took a little bit of a greedy open. I think +2 attack in the shop, get some points early here. Sour Patch Kid is a nice candy payoff. So now we just need to start sweetening. Down a heart early is a little unfortunate, but we make do. Puck's not staying long term, so I think replacing him is fine. Definitely gonna lose 2 more before the game is over. There's one. I'll take a Navi to heal that back up. All right, there's a way to start sweetening the candy potentially. Narrator, it in fact would not be sweetening any candy. Unfortunate Navi's view. The ticking time top is a co-star captain. None of these are particularly exciting. Oh, we start getting our free spells from her, though. That's helpful. That board was crazy at 5. Yeah, the game hits very different at higher MMRs. Once you get north of 2500 MMR, they get pretty cutthroat. None of these are what I wanted. Navi is stellar. Means we can have a close loss here. Rage Mage over Tink? Tink's not very good. That double hunt is huge. This breather into my opponent's board that's not very good is something we desperately needed. Sweeten your candy twice. Yep. Give a character 34, sweeten your candy. Yeah, we're gonna keep that. We're gonna keep that candy cane crook in spades here. Ooh, I think we'll put Robin in slot 2. Do we? It's close. I feel like either of these could justify slot 1 versus 2. God, he had to hit Stinky, didn't he? That's fine. We're cool. We're cool. Be cool. Next time you cast a spell, cast it again. Which is Lolly Fairy giving quite a bit. I have too many hunters is the problem. I think I'll take this over Robin. Ranged and hunters compete for similar slots because they really want to be in slots 1, 2, and 4. And then Pixie is an insane upgrade for the back here. She gives a permanent boost each turn. Just absolutely nutso. Ooh, Licorice is really good too. Am I giving up the Candy Cane Crook? So I have too many hunters. I think I'm giving up the Candy Cane Crook. I think we have plenty of sweetening without him. Give up Rage Mage. I just like the Rage Mage isn't good just for the sake of clarity, but like none of those other ones we were recruiting were going to be very good. Yeah, look, I'm looking for a replacement for Rage Mage. This is really good. We take those. Rage Mage is on the chopping board. These are both villains, yeah. Boop. There we go. There we go. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Dead. Was that third? I think it was third. It might have been fourth. God bless America. Brutal. Alright. Let's see if we can do stuff with Luna again. My absolute favorite games are definitely the ones that go very long. It's rare that I have a game go past 20 that isn't super fun for me. I hate when you feel like you're finally taking off and then you run into a brick wall. I agree. That's definitely the biggest feels bad. The last game was a prime example. That's like, oh, we finally got like an engine online, and then you hit like the best draft, and you're like, oh, and then we're out on 4th. Astro's almost ready to evolve. Even when I win, it doesn't hit the same if I win in like turn 10. Agree. And it's at its core, the most satisfying part about this game is the numbers go up aspect. So the games where you don't get to experience the numbers going up feel like they come up a bit short. Your recruit abilities are also fair well of it. I think I actually just want the gravity well. Oh, Astro Center would have popped. That's fine. It's gonna pop now. That's a good call out though. I don't have many animals. Yeah, Sugar Plum's definitely not bad. We are sweetening a little bit. 5 health, range. Range is just cracked on this character. Take that for sure. Golden Pup. So Astro is carrying nicely for us. Ideally, we can find a second thing to be doing here, though. Rage Mage, working with that is fun. So whatever I'm casting, whenever you cast a spell directly, I'm gonna get a random common treasure. Absolutely with the hidden treasure room. So I want to cast my spells on this back slot because I want this slot to get big from Rage Mage, because if this slot gets big from Rage Mage, Boon Willow pays that bonus forward to both of these, which is ideal. I feel like it's hard to lose with Astro if you get ranged hunt to play KO. Yeah, the ranged and the comes back once when it dies seem like the two big ones. Yeah, I mean, that's just much better than Lolly Fairy. Oh, right, I hit Loki, so anytime I cast this on him, it's also going to cast over here. Like, unironically, these might be our final 5. No, never feel bad about asking a question. This is Once Upon a Galaxy. Pin the link over on the YouTube side. YouTube doesn't have chat commands. Apologies. It's a very basic. Transform a character to a bronze one of your shops already. Absolutely don't want to do that. Do I swap Rage Mage for Blackjack? It makes this a little bit worse, but it'll let me tear through these common treasures, which is fun. Yes, this hero is their current premium pass one. It's a little late for Blackjack, maybe. Have you considered Pixies making him bigger? Do I do this actually? And get these scaling? It makes the Boonwillow, but I'm probably just moving off of Boonwillow at this point. I think is the long-term game plan. Although there's really not going to be a long-term, right? This game is over. We do not have an acorn, no. Now we do. All right, I guess Boonwillow could stay. Yeah, I mean, Astro seems really good. Faker the Caker Baker. When you sweeten your candy, sweeten it again. This seems busted, no? Definitely want Pixie. I might want Jellyton. I really usually don't like Candy Apple. Get a 2E's kind of medium, actually. Let's get Pixie in here. Do I want Jellyton? I go back and forth on Tree. I think I'll take Jellyton as one more legendary. 3 legendary is usually fine. So for people that haven't seen this game before, it's a drafting game at its core. But there is a deck like you just saw me editing there. But the deck isn't in the same way like you'd play a deck in Magic or Snap or something like that. The deck is kind of like bringing an extra booster pack to your draft with you. So it impacts cards that you could see in your draft that other people wouldn't see. But you're not guaranteed to have them. So you still need to be flexible and adjust your strategy based on the things you're running into. Up to a 3-4 bonus already. Lovely. Yeah, they're the same shared common pool of cards between all the characters. Where are my candy sweeteners? Rage Mage probably okay. Candy casts a lot of spells. Your deck is kind of like Erishim. In a way that, like, we talk about Erishim would be better if he was a game mode. Yeah, I think there's probably a reasonable parallel there. But actually, I actually think Erishim would be quite fun if it was a game mode, right? We talk about that more a lot of the time. You're less likely to see an individual card for your deck than you are in a single game with Erishim. Momir is a good and popular Magic Online for a reason. Absolutely. Wow, that went really bad. So we haven't really gotten scaled at all here. Give a character 3/3, sweeten your candy. All right. Well, we're just gonna prop the Lolly Fairy up in the back. I really need a big payoff. Boonwillow's kind of a payoff. So I just put stats into that back slot here. We have Rage Mage with it again. So, you know, maybe. This person's board isn't nearly as intimidating as the last one we fought into, so that's nice. I lied, we're dead. I lied, we're dead. All right, what are 50-50 and tied there? So that's nice. Got all these cards are bad. I guess we'll cast this to trigger Rage Mage. I just, like, really desperately need another payoff. Doesn't quite constitute it. This person's board is also struggling though, so we got one. Yeah, that's pretty reasonable. It's a gummy worm, yummy gummy worm. That's an eventual payoff if we can live. But that's a pretty big if. I think we're cooked here. Yeah, so our 4th place. Oh, these captains are kind of poop. This one has a candy deck at least. Let's do pirates. Spread these. So we have a 3-1 and a 2-1. Toys for me, mid. Toys for the opponent, crack. No, you're right. They're just mid. Toys are very mediocre in our current draft format. Might be a quick exit with pirates here. Let's see. This gives me a treasure. None of those are particularly exciting. Wow, what a disaster. Holy. There were a lot of things that could go wrong there. And absolutely all of them. Yeah, I guess Super just dead this turn or next turn. Ugh, it's all bad. It's all bad. I am just doing this because it puts numbers on my board in a vain attempt to not die here, but... Emphasis on vain. I like the queen. Yeah, big emphasis on attempt there. Size and pirate. Yeah, pirates like toys. It's one of those archetypes that's just not competitive. If we would have won our Dragon League 50-50, we would have gotten a treasure with, what's her name? We'll take Jill here, so the stepsisters are guaranteed to trigger. Quests give treasures 1 rarity higher. That's excellent with both of these about to pop. Alright, so 2 uncommon treasures here. A 4th treasure you collect also discovered uncommon treasure. Yeah. We're gonna draft a bunch of treasures here. Your first character has Farewell, get 5/5. Has Hunt, give my slot 4/4. Slot bonus definitely better long term. hey, Cricket! Thank you for the very generous tier 3 and for the 56 months. I think it's a combination of the two, Windmagus. I think Candy's both more aggressive and they cut core support cards for things like this card is super good. We'll take that over a silver for sure. Am I making it to 12? I don't know that I can count on making it to 12. I like putting a Navi in the bank for later. Poor Glider's a husk of his former self. Your character extra attack. When you cast a spell, extra goes through your recruit ability trigger twice. I don't think this counts as a recruit ability. That's a recruit ability. Don't have. I think I'm just recruiting this to trigger Rolo. Oh, the lock chest meant I got 3 claws off of that. That's fun. Is it time to give up Rolo now? Why? What did he do to you? Why do you hit him? Oh, should I grab Iron Cast? I don't know. I kind of wanted the silver. Maybe I should have grabbed Iron Cast there. He's just tiny. I just need you to believe, okay? It's not about the size of your Rolo, Chad. It's about how you use it, okay? Alright, we'll give him up. We'll give him up. Fine. You've bullied me. I hope you're happy. Poor Philip, chat. Just can't catch a break. Chat confirmed Rolo haters. Yep. Next 3 spells we cast are doubled. Scale. Not bullied, bribed with a worm scale. Whatever you gotta tell yourself to sleep at night. My heart says Tin Man, my head says Oberon. We're definitely cutting Jill. I'm gonna follow my heart, chat. Tin Man doesn't have what I must. Your farewell abilities are also hunt abilities. Look at that, chat. I followed my heart and I got a heart out of it. Let this be a lesson to all of you at home. We're gonna outward scale them easily. Ooh. piece of candy. Does my characters being all types help with anything? Yes. There's other ones that could be good with too. We have a Merlin's head as well. Yeah, we do. That's true. I would love to attack first all of the time. All right, time for the glider to go away. Yeah. He's done his bit. I feel like Mr. Fox isn't done yet. Right? Like, I think he's still got hunting to do. Mr. Fox is never done. Yeah, do I give up Jasmine Dragon? The extra chop is nice, though. I guess it's Jasmine. All right, second place it is. Wonder and pray for a mix-it match. Honestly, that's not a bad idea. Shrink Tea only hits one of their things. They have an entire board of things. Yeah, multiple T's doesn't work how you want it to. That's my last shop, unfortunately. I think we're just dead. I think there's just the two of us, yeah? No, there's multiple of us. Okay, so I'm not just in. Yeah, we've got a minute. We've got a minute. Yeah, poison apple as a treasure would also get us out of it. All right, we're top half at least. Okay, so I have 2 doubles here. So I have to decide, do I want to use that double this turn? I think the answer is no. I think I want to greed everything twice and get a reroll on these. What do we think? Agreed. What does my fox say? This is the correct person, yeah? Oh, it's not. Okay, so we got one more. We got one more round. We got one more round. All right, I need a poison apple or a mixo macho. Oh, the Energizer is so late here. Wait. Holy, giddy up, cowboy. It's a shame I don't have a double cast left. It's a shame I don't have a double cast left. All right. Oh, we're halfway there. Oh, lizard the champ. So we're not guaranteed to win this though, chat, because we're not guaranteed to win this because Herc could attack and grow is the problem. What do you want me to do? Not True Love's Kiss my board? Kiss them all, chat. Kiss them all. Does the Mixo Macho still work? I believe the Mixo Macho still works. I'll be a little annoyed if we even got a mousetrap, yep. Do we mousetrap slot 5? Probably. Alrighty then. Okay, I mean, that's a tie. We live to fight another day. Oh, was it not a tie? We won? Oh, we did. Oh, and he's real big too. Okay, that one was the tie because I got to hunt. That's a trash can full of strawberries. Are we happy with our board? I feel like I need the mousetrap. I feel like I need the mousetrap. I think mouse is too important. Calm yourselves, gamers. Calm yourselves. Dead. Dead! Just could not find a Shrink-a-Dig. Wow, look at this. That's a Warp Core 6 2X. So they have every secret rare treasure then, yeah? Oh, it's behind my whole skirt thing. They have Warp Core 6 and Warp Core 5. So they have every legendary and every secret rare treasure. What's a Warp Core? Warp Core is a thing you get to draft when you have all the treasures of a particular rarity. So yeah, so if you've never emptied all the treasures out of a particular rarity, you've never seen it. But there's a Warp Core for each rarity. And they give different, give different modifiers. So like if you go to like discover a secret rare treasure and you have all of them, you get a secret rare Warp Core. Yeah, that was a good game, even though we didn't win. And I think that highlights and obviously this is deeply subjective, but I hope when they're designing in the future for this game, they aim to have more longer games. Almost every time I have a game that feels super sour when I die,
final turn here says like 6, 7, 8, or 9. And I'm sure there's some tension in like they want the game to be fast, but I really think their ideal turn length is somewhere in like the 14 to 17 range. I actually really enjoy when we get to turn like 20 plus in a draft, but I don't think that should aim to be the average. Somewhere in like the 14 to 17 seems like the sweet spot. It feels like I typically had enough time to do stuff. All right. I'll tap an ad roll, and then I'll do 1 or 2 more drafts, and then we'll snap for a little bit, huh? New card in snap in about 2 hours. Thanks everybody for hanging out, gamers. Don't go anywhere. My legs fall asleep in the bathroom if we hit turn 25. Oh, man. Ooh, is it gonna be at all booby champions again? No, I like Little Genie. I like Little Genie. I like the Little Genie. Oh, I should definitely get Licorice in here. She's an insane payoff. The bean is not very good. Do I want this one? Hunt, Sweeten Your Candy? I think that's probably pretty good, yeah. I don't want Candy Claws. I can see that one going either way. Both of those seem good. It's only 3 uncommons. Let's wait for the Twitch ad roll to finish, then we'll dig in. Doesn't love a lolly. Probably grabbing villains. May or may not have that one work out. We'll see. Our board's a touch awkward, so I want to lead Dragon Link in the front, but that means Laser Shark can't be in the first slot. Getting a half loss there, I think, is a reasonable outcome for us. Our next 2 characters are big. That sounds great. Next character was really big. Oh, wait. I don't have a... Oops. I thought I had one more draft. Mistakes were made. Super happy to get a tie there after that mistake. Acorn is awesome with this. Hunt, Sweeten Your Candy. Absolutely. It was a villain for her. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. Stepsister gets a trigger here now, too. Front row has Hunt get bigger. Yeah. We're into that. I would love to grab a Rage Mage here. We're going to get to 12 here. Called shot. Called shot. We're going to 12. Every time the Candy Cane Crook hunts, the Lolly Fairy gives everything an extra 2/2, which is great. I think I'll take a redraft here. to present the back, so if we find a Boon Willow, it could have a slot to go into. Just re-roll in here. I'll put a Tin Man in the bank in case we drop down to 1 heart later. That seems fine. Laser Shark, getting up to a good size here. Keeb! Oh, Keeb is so good, gamers. This is one of the best candy payoffs in the game. Keeb and Pixie are really, really fantastic. Just so strong. Ooh, that was a good Mr. Fox 50-50. Brutal. Go lose that whole heart there on that one, I think. I'm gonna happily ever after here, but not because I'm super excited about it, but mostly because I don't want to turn any of these into candy. And the next character I recruit is candy. Man, I guess I'm doing this. I really just don't want to turn any of those ones into candy. Average Bear, thanks for being average in Homelandia for the last 2.5 years. Welcome back. Whoa, another whole heart loss. I really need a big scaler. Shoemaker Elf, the next treasure you discover is +7/7. Absolutely. Give me a good treasure. Give me a good treasure. Hey, there's the Boon Willow I was talking about. Am I giving up Rage Mage? I might be giving up Rage Mage. Although maybe I'm just doing this. Maybe I'm just doing this. Will be better than Boon Willow only giving 88. All right, small loss there. Still a chance to stabilize. Take a reroll here. None of these are good. Oh, just not finding that big payoff anywhere. Not be surprised if we eat it here. Yeah, they're going into the undefeated. Ooh, we killed Mr. Fox before he could do anything. Do we have a shot? I think we've got a shot. Nice. Okay. We went toe-to-toe with the undefeated. Give a slot 11-11, sweeten your candy. Yep. Ice cream party! Ooh, is this part scarier than the undefeated? I think it is. Yeah, shit. I think we're dead. That's top half at least, though, yeah. So if you finish top half, you get extra cards towards your character, which is nice. I like Collector, but I've not had a chance to play him since they nerfed Glider. I think I'm gonna play it. Glider isn't worth it more. I don't know. I played a game with Glider earlier and it felt pretty okay. It's definitely worse, but I don't know that it's like no longer playing this worse. Make Puss in Boots bigger. Yeah, I think that's a good perspective. If Glider had released with his current text, he would be considered good. It's largely just the nerf effect, yeah. I think I'm taking Pan Shadow rather than the Puck, because we have a Tinkerer in the deck for later. I'll enjoy Pan Shadow effect. I think losing the 50-50 to not hunt sucks. Speak of the glider. I need to hit gold on one of these characters I have silver on. Desperately. Come on, game. Cool. Yes. All right, and just like that, we've got some numbers. Like I said, we just needed gold on one of them. Is gonna take a little bit to get useful, but I think we'll get him there once we discover a treasure or two. This is speculative, but I think I like the speculation. And then Rolo's gonna give us a means to trigger our captain a bunch. Oh, the shark is such a good roll. Happy to get out of that with a half one. The Benedetta! Holy crap. All right, well, this draft just went to an 11 for us. That's nuts. Do you think our blackjack investment's gonna pay off, chat? What do we think? Oh, and this gives me a common treasures. I like to dedicate this game to the people that were telling me not to play Glider anymore. The person in chat who is like nerf affected full force. You are 1,000,000% correct. Do we need to replace with Puss? Absolutely not. I'm just talking and clicking. Oh, he's big now, so like I think he stays. I don't think we're gonna get there, but it's nice to know that we can. It's sad we only have one more round, chat. The time to finally give up the glider. It's time to finally give up the glider. All right, salute. Oh, and their Burninator is so much worse than ours because they don't have the treasures we do. This is one of those ones that shows that opposite flip side too of kind of what I was talking about, where like this was a turn 13 board, yeah? What did we finish on? Final turn 12. Yeah, and I feel like I didn't really fully, I want to do more with this draft, right? Like this draft was sweet and our engine is online and I would like to watch it scale for another turn or two at least. Yeah, I think that's definitely where I'm at. It's like I would really love turn like 14 to 15 to be this is what we do. All right. You know, my number one piece of advice in games like this where you could always click play one more is end on a high note. So I want to get snapping soon. So I think I'm going to call that draft our high note. Was a little short at the end. But I think that was a good one. Good one to wrap them. But what if the next game is that it might be bad, and then I'd have to play again and again and again. No, chat. End on the high note. End on the high note. No, we won. Gamblers quit too early. I'm quitting when I've won the game. So this is the advice more of you need to hear. What card's releasing today? Weapon H release day. Check my shop for Fantasy Mockingbird. She's here, chat! Well, that makes the decision of what deck we're going to start with first. Easy, we're going to start with a Mockingbird deck. Obviously. Mastery. The fantasy variants basically don't miss, chat. They're always best in slot. Chat, I think I've made the difficult decision that I'm gonna have to miss. I'm gonna skip Abs Magic in the shop this month. I think 300 officially prices me out. I might have talked myself into, and this is an interesting balance for second dinner. Because, like, I think if they would have left her at 200, I might have been able to talk myself into it. But I think at 300, I'm like, nah, I'm good. Which probably means I'm done spending for the month. I feel like if I'm going for Magic, it has to involve buying this because the rate on this is so much better than the average bundle. They do like one of these really solid $100 bundles to start the season. I think we're gonna let that one go as the plan. All right, let's shoot up our Mockingbird, huh? What about the CHP collector bundle coming up? Oh God, are you gonna talk me into it? What is that? What is that? And why does my wallet hate it? Oh, that's only 20 bucks, chat. Yeah, that's great. We'll probably pick that. I think I'm only at like 40 bucks for the month. I'll probably do another $20 bundle or two maybe, but that's just like not gonna get me remotely close to the magic of the shop. Creative House Pocket Elsa. Maybe they hit her again in the next OTA, right? Assuredly they wouldn't leave her unplayable. I actually don't know that I want this one, if I'm being honest. Past, not sure if I want to spend. I really kind of like the fantasy variants. I think the fantasy variants are the ones I tend to like more than the Creative House stuff. I like this stylization. Can I build an all fantasy variant deck? Man, it's getting close. There's no Mockingbird enabler. There's no Mockingbird enabler in the fantasy variants. I need a fantasy Mysterio. That's what I need. Give me a Mysterio clad in armor, huh? That's what my kingdom needs. All right, what do I do with Mockingbird? Let's go find a Mockingbird deck. I'll start there. I really didn't like her in this. Honestly, let's look at last 30 days. No Aeroshim, thanks. PU. So no Aeroshim, no Def. That's cute. I've played worse decks than this. For fun, can we peek at the arena numbers? I mean, I assume they haven't changed since yesterday. For reference, when we looked yesterday, there was only one deck that had an over 50% play rate. You know what? You know what's funny, chat? The win rate on the Black Panther deck is going down as the sample size goes up because they're playing more mirror matches. That's why, for reference, just so we're clear here, the win rate is dropping because this data doesn't remove mirrors. So as this becomes more popular, its win rate is normalizing in the direction of 50 because it only wins the mirror 50% of the time. Yeah, Fantasy Elsa is so good. I do not need CHP Elsa. I like this one better. It's one of my favorite stylization of variants. Zombie Sentry or Fantasy Angela? My heart says Fantasy Angela. That sounds great. All my girls. Hey, the girls are. You know, I've been debating what I want to spend my credits on. Should I split Kate? When's the earliest I can get the Galactic background? Does anybody know? What's the earliest mastery? Is it tier 3? Is tier 3 the top tier? It must be. Maybe we'll split Katie. Looking for Galactic. Only one piece of interaction in the deck is probably not great. You mean 0 pieces? Pretty sure this is 0 pieces. If you click tier 3, does it show you what you get? Oh, that's a good question. No. Read. Read. 13 fantasy variants in January with a full album. Excellent. Maybe we'll hit the... Wish I would have saved the magic I want for that month. The question mark does, I think. What question mark? View cash drop rates. Oh, this opens another page, right? Yeah. Kinda. Not in client, but we got there. Appreciate all the people sharing their watch streaks. Oglandy is great. Thanks for coming back here most days of the week when I'm here. Hope everybody's having a wonderful Tuesday wherever you're at. A new snap card in 90 minutes. I got my Fantasy Mockingbird, so we're going to lose a few games with her to kick things off today. Mockingbird's getting her rocks off here, I see, to start the morning. She's excited about her fantasy variant, too. Kitty, 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 kitty. Kitty, 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 kitty. Unlucky, unlucky. With Chamber being 215, can Angela go back to +2 yet? Or do you think they're just permanently off of that one? Can Kitty go back to 1-2? Absolutely that. That could absolutely happen. I'm kind of surprised Shaper released a 2-3. I'm not. I'm glad they finally released a card that wasn't understated. If I do this next turn, this'll cost 3, and this'll cost... I think it's just this. Mysterio telling Mr. Fantastic to move over here. There are a lot of this was too strong nerfs we could probably revisit. Absolutely. Dodge a hobgoblin, we can dodge a ball. Gamora! Rocket Raccoon! Oh man. Bowlery has our number, chat. We are cooked. Absolutely and mercilessly cooked.
Power must be controlled.
Do we win? I think we win. I think that also lets us win, yeah? Will the real Slim Shady please stand up? No problems here. Y'all act like you ain't never seen a Mysterio before. Jaws on the floor, Sasquatch whipping your ass worse than before. Oh, Shang-Chi whipping your ass would have been a better line. Flubbed the delivery. Why didn't Shag win the game? To be fair, old Shag also lost that game. He only killed, it was only killing one thing either way. This is not Airship. I assume it's a low collection level player. Low-ish. Not super low. They're series 3 complete. We are excited to announce that we are working with 036 Studio and CCG Lab to develop a brand new digital collectible card game where players can battle across the Star Wars galaxy. Oh baby. Oh baby. I don't know anything about those studios. Can anybody tell me anything about those studios? Is Frigga a must-buy if I don't have Victoria hand yet? Nope. There's very few must-buy cards in Marvel Snap. If you want my thoughts on what the handful of must-buy cards are, they go here. You know what I think my absolutely least favorite thing is in the AI era? Studio 36 made Clash Royale. Oh my goodness, so it's gonna be really good and popular, and it's also going to cost all of your money. Oh man. For people who aren't familiar, when people talk about pay to win card games, I'm always like, Clash Royale's actually pay to win. All right, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, my heart can't take another disappointment like Pokemon Pocket. To be fair, Clash Royale... Wait, yeah, is it Clash Royale Supercell? No, Clash Royale is Supercell. Was it made by someone else that sold to Supercell? What are these studios? The studios are 036 and CCG Lab. I'm just gonna Google it. Game Studio. This might be their first game. Sorry, I don't do Google searches live on stream because I'm not dumb. Oh no! No! Oh god! Please! Oh! Oh! Uh-oh! Uh-oh! Is this a different Corey Jones? This isn't Hex Shards of Fate Corey Jones, is it? Was that his name? Who was the guy that was there was a Corey in charge of Hex, right? Was it Corey Jones? All right, now I need to Google it. Yeah, Corey Jones. Maybe it's a different Corey Jones? I mean, Hex was a good game mechanically, but yeah, Corey Jones was definitely the guy from Cryptozoic Entertainment. There's not a picture on this LinkedIn profile. Yeah, he was the Cryptozoic. I don't know if it's the same Corey Jones, but this was the DC Dual Force. Corey Jones was the DC Dual Force Cryptozoic Hex Shards of Fate person. I mean, third time's the charm. If it is him, maybe he gets it right this time. I like Tex's gameplay. DC Dual Force came out 3 years ago. It did, yeah. All right, hold on. I gotta look it up. I'm gonna answer this. All right, I'm gonna run an advert, and I need to go heat up some lunch. We're gonna play some more Mockingbird, and then we'll be back. BRB. Before we dive into some more Mockingbird gameplay, I'd like to give a shout out to one of our stream sponsors this month, Cook Unity, for feeding me lunch this afternoon. We have a tamarind butternut squash and sweet potato stew prepared by a lovely chef in my area and delivered fresh, never frozen, directly to my door, ready to heat and eat. It smells delicious. If you'd like to support my content while also getting some delicious food delivered right to your door, check out Cook Unity using my link. You get 50% off of your first box with them and 10% off of the next 3. Hey, thanks for the Prime sub, VIP. Really appreciate that. There's a ton of people. You can send that to every month on Twitch. Thanks for sending it this way this month and keeping me around. I think I open on Surge. Holy. That is a lovely one. And then next turn we go Elsa into Kitty. .036 Studio does not appear to be new, but they're based in China, so probably more well-known in that region. They're a subsidiary of ByteDance. That was Second Dinner's previous publishing company, yeah? All right, so my kitty pride's in danger here. I think their publishing company was another subsidiary of ByteDance. Oh yeah, TikTok is ByteDance. They have their hands in a lot. To say the least. ByteDance owns Newverse, yeah. All right, well. Seems good. Seems good. I assume we lose to Dormammu on the left. The question is this enough to win the right while denying their Atlantis bonus? Oh, Chad, I did that wrong. We did that very wrong. Okay. Obviously should have put these in the other order. My goodness, would I have won? The Jeff C. Sam Ultimate is promoting an AI for newborns device. Yikes. So I'd have won this game if I would have gone Acid Arrow into Grapple Arrow. They would have been at 10 and then Zombie Mr. Fantastic pulls over. Or not. Yeah, that was a sequencing error on my part. It is in fact a terrible idea. Listen, chat, it's not like AI teddy bears had to be taken off the market because they were helping children find knives and telling them to use them. If we already had that precedent set, then the AI for newborns would be a bad idea. Oh, I did forget the Discord announcement, didn't I? Isn't there a horror movie about this? Yeah, I'm pretty sure there is. Sounds right.
Zombie giant man. Do 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 do.
Escaped.
What's going on, Isley? Afternoon. I want to hold these for the rollover, probably, yeah? Actually, I think I want to hold this for after Angela, right? Well then, these are certainly locations. Look at this hand buff enjoyer. I think it's just this.
Opponent snapped.
Or do I... They're going to have their stuff pulled in here. Do I do this and then play for here and here? I think it's this, and I play for here and here. Oh, I'm bricking mid too. All right, I just messed up. Well then. Well, the good news was I was never winning the right. A lesson corporate Democrats everywhere could stand to learn. We were never winning the right. Speaking of winning the right, by the way, when does
Is the Miami mayor election done? I saw some stats on early voting for that. I wasn't sure when their actual voting day was. I saw some things in my feed about they were on track. They were on track to elect a Democrat there for the first time in 30 years. Just under 30.
Opponent snapped.
Google says they're not quite done yet. Okay, cool. I was talking to Click and Chat and forgot to play Kitty. Mistakes were made. If we lose by 1 point somewhere, it's my fault. I think I actually want to Elsa the Mysterio. I can go Kitty, Hunger, Mockingbird. I guess putting the Horde into the center makes my Zombie Man one smaller. How big does this put me here? This will give me another 2 up to 11, and then this is 7 up to 18. They're at a virtual +3 here, so they would need another 15. He's zombie little man. He's very conscious about his size, chat. Don't make fun of him. Dead to Gilgachib. Rip. Or no matter where they put that. A random bring back up, because I'm realizing how I cut myself off in the middle. Someone said they were ready. They're not ready to be hurt again with the Star Wars CCG after Pokemon Pocket. I would be kind of surprised if the Star Wars CCG was another card game that you weren't supposed to actually play. Like that's the crux of Pokemon Pocket's problems, is that, like, especially with Corey Jones leading one of the studios that's working on it, like, he likes playing card games. I'm sure there will be a collection aspect to it, but I would be absolutely shocked if the Star Wars game is you're just supposed to collect game pieces first. I think that kind of this is a collection game model basically only works for Pokemon because of the IP and the culture around paper Pokemon cards. I don't think it would work. Yeah, I don't think that model would work for announced this afternoon is a brand new digital-only Star Wars card game coming. And Corey Jones of DC Dual Force and Hex Shards of Fate fame is a member of the studio that's working on it. So, Jace, I wouldn't say that it's impossible to enjoy Pocket, but at the same time, I think it's just accurate to say the goal of Pocket as a game isn't for people to play it first and foremost. We're probably dead.
Squad's still a little light.
All right, we need our zombie to go right. Even then, probably still cooked, but... Okay. So you're saying there's a chance. Flipped heads when I should have flipped tails. Unfortunate. Leader! That's rude. That's rude! All right, I've got one more embarrassing loss in with me before I put Mockingbird away. We were talking about cards that could probably get... How many cards in this deck could they probably undo the nerfs on at this point? Probably like half or more of them, yeah? Like, we could give Kitty a point back. This could maybe give +2. Mockingbird could be 10 power. Elsa should honestly just be +3 at this point. Yeah, she was both a 6'10 and a 5'9. And either of those two lines is probably fine to go back to for her. I don't know, maybe you can't unroll all of those at once, but some number of them, probably at least 2 of them, honestly. I think you could unroll. Yeah, way back in the day, Mysterio was a 5 power card. That's true too. That one got nerfed a long time ago. I think Mysterio probably deserves to be a 4 power thing. Okay, so someone did some more reading into CCG Lab. It is Corey Jones from Hex and DC Dual Force. And CCG Lab advertises that they provide a proprietary digital collectible card game engine. And it's a company that was spun off from Cryptozoic. So, I don't know. DC Dual Force wasn't on mobile. This has gotta be on mobile, right? It's gotta have a mobile app. Yeah, there's no way they license a Star Wars card game and it's not on mobile. The announcement today says iOS and Android. Oh, yeah, I guess that's another question then. It says iOS and Android. Is it also PC or does it just say mobile platforms? Because that's another possible awkward. And PC. Okay, I'll take both. Happy for both. I think we go full gamma here, yeah? I'm surprised they're not just digitizing the currently active and popular TCG. I'm actually really happy that they're not just making a paper card game digital. Personally, I vastly prefer a card game that's actually designed with digital in mind, rather than okay, we took a paper card game and now you can play it on the computer. All right, I would like your finest zombie giant man top deck, please. I know nothing about the current paper Star Wars game, just so we're clear. I just personally enjoy well-managed, balanced card games, and I know that no paper card game is ever going to do real life balance. They're just not. And it can still be good without it, but I would prefer a card game that's actually a digital card game rather than a paper card game I can play online. That's personal preference. Feel free to want a digital client for your paper card games. I just want a good paper card game or a good digital card game that utilizes the space well. Oh, man. Absolute worst straw in the deck. And Cook to Spectrum. Wait, what? I guess we had Cook to Mr. Fantastic, too? No, wait, we're beating him. Oh, no, because Goliath. And unfortunately, playing this deck was a good reminder of, like, why Mockingbird, Elsa, other stuff hasn't been particularly competitive in a long time. Just like that last game, right? Like, it's not even like our deck came together poorly there. We just didn't scale up to beat them. And I think by the time you shove a bunch of tech cards into a deck like this so it can keep up with other decks, you're kind of just a worse tech card core than a lot of the other ways you can play tech cards. Yeah, you don't have enough oomph to compete without the tech cards. And once you load up on interactive bits, you're like, I should probably just do something else. I can dick around with some Thanos. It's been a while since I played the Mad Titan. Let's ice him up. I go on a run and grab a caffeine. We'll tap an ad roll, because that'll make sure we don't need ads until the top of the hour when the new card comes out. We'll do some of this when we get back. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy the daily content, make sure you tap the like button while you're here. Appreciate the folks that do that. Pedal at all yesterday or this morning because my back's been a little twingy still, but I'm feeling kind of lazy. Let's see if this causes any issues. It's mostly been better. What's your opinion on Duel Links? I've literally never played Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Links. I did a couple of sponsored hours for regular Yu-Gi-Oh! Whatever their full client is, but never touched Duel Links. Don't have experience or an opinion on it.
Destiny will arrive. Snap! Opponent snapped.
You know what? We're a destroy deck. I should have put my my stone on the left, yeah. Oh, Ben! Oh. They're probably the... What's it called build? The Morgan build? Watch them also be playing Killmonger in a ritual. Thoughts on allowing Quinjet to discount cards to 0 again. I don't think that's a change they'll ever make, so I don't think it's worth discussing. The actual answer is they need to carve out an exception so Quinjet can reduce exactly demons to 0 and nothing else. Call it the Jeff Hoagland allowance rule. So Thanos is still 22 inside of deep space the way this works. For people who weren't around then, Quinjet's never going to reduce to 0 again. They explicitly didn't want ongoing discounts to make things free. It's a very, very explicit design choice with that and Sarah. Think we're dead. Does your ritual summon both door weapons at a location? It does not. It's tied explicitly to your first one. Vivian, thank you for the 19 months. Welcome back.
Destiny will arrive.
Joke's on you. I didn't want that Mind Stone anyways.
Opponent snapped.
Is it the coldest take in Marvel Snap to say that the absolute worst weekends this game has are the ones where the weekend missions encourage people to play Destroy decks? I think it's easily the most polarized times their metagames ever have. Is there anybody out there that disagrees with that take? I think it's a cold take, 'cause I think most people would likely agree. Does he have an innovation? He does. Look at that. Oh, I already drew Thanos. Rude. This reality stone never fucks me, right? Always goes okay. I want an offline mode against bots so I can practice builds before the ladder. I actually think that's one of the most wild features this game is missing, is the lack of play a bot button in the deck editor is so strange given that they took the effort to program bots into the game.
Rest in peace.
I wish there was match replays. I'm not surprised there's not match replays. Match replays are an incredible amount of work for very little return and don't make sense for them to spend energy building it. The play a bot button is literally just like giving a button for a thing that already exists. Like there's already bots you could queue into randomly. Like just let the players choose to queue into them from the deck editor to test decks. Would literally just take a little bit of UI work. We're getting cannonballed out of our Dormammu on the left. Very, very possible. Ooh, polymorph low roll. Sick. I think Dormammu should be indestructible. I think it's very silly that you could do all this bargaining and he could just get blown up. I know we won that game, but like from a flavor perspective, I feel like he should be indestructible. I don't think it remotely breaks the game if you can't destroy it. If you kill Dormammu, it should restart the match. LOL.
The universe shall be set right.
Come on, this one. This one. This game's so easy. What an easy game for little babies, chat. Marvel Step.
Impressive. Rest in peace.
This? I guess I could also, like, set up this. I don't hate this. Oh, I forgot this was gonna fill on me, though. That's awkward. I keep drawing Thanos the turn before I win Space Stone about. It's very annoying. We're fine. Yeah, I think we're probably okay. I have Thanos for the center, and I have a lot of points to the left. This means Thanos doesn't have the extra power, but it gives me the ability to contest all three, which I think has value. It means I could go Death Thanos Reality Stone to the last turn.
Impressive.
I think it's just this. I think it's just this. Thanos needs a rework. I think you're absolutely wrong. I think that's some hot nonsense. I think Thanos in his current state is a very reasonable mix of playable, and fun.
Destiny will arrive. Snap.
Yeah, Thanos builds into a couple different archetypes right now, which none of which are like the absolute best deck in the metagame, but they're plenty playable. Destroy builds and ongoing ones jump to the top of the mind. And will Carnage plus a 1 next turn? This. I think that sounds good. That sounds good.
Is Silver Surfer First Steps any good? I've been playing Sarah Surfer. It's a fine card, but definitely not a must-have. This is rude.
Opponent snapped.
I guess this is not a Killmonger game. I could also Venom here into Killmonger on the last turn just to clear the Rocket Raccoon out. This, and then we close out with Venom Killmonger. Seems good. All right, X-23 didn't jump left. That's good for us. Ooh, that's a copy of Death. Huh? I could abandon middle and do like this. I feel like I need to play for all three because I think we're in trouble wherever Werewolf ends up at. Weapon X is going to gain 7 points of power. So we're going to 25 on the left.
Rest in
And then hopefully X-23 lands mid to help that a little bit.
impressive.
I should Killmonger first for X-23. Gamer. What? We would have killed the demon and stuff that Venom was eating in the center. Also, the X-23 doesn't have any points of power to begin with.
Victory.
She's a 0 from Ritual 1.
Ooh, that's a piece of candy.
Opponent snapped.
Our hand's gonna be very full. Two stones, 2 cards, 1 card. We brick 1 draw. No, I brick 2 draws. So I'm gonna get a ritual in here too. But this doesn't brick by ritual, which is ideal. This gets me 2 stones and then 2 cards, and the ritual is my 7th card. And then I brick the draw from here. Oh, I forgot Angel was coming out. I need to remember that. I keep being surprised when he shows up. It's like, oh yeah, he's here. Alright, so they're getting their Iron Patriot bonus here, but I think that's fine. Looks like the Chamber deck. Did I just get 1 point out of 8? That's what just happened there, yeah? That's fucked up. Split evenly. Evenly. And we're gonna blow up 6 things. So he's gonna get +1, +6, +6. He's getting 13 here. We're going up to 20 in the middle. So we'll be 8, 20, and 36. Order. I'm giving up 1 point of power on the left to get more points on here. Oh, you're saying I could have made Thanos bigger with the Power Stone. Yeah, that's fair. But the Thanos wouldn't have been doubled until after he was what's it called? Until after he was eaten, so that's fine.
Victory.
How does Weapon X scaling works? Every 3 things you destroy, his scaling increases by 1. So the first 3 things you blow up, he gets +1. The next 4 through 6, he gets 2, and then 7 through 10, he gets 7 through 10, he gets +3. the Power Stone doesn't give its bonus in that previous game until all the stones have been played. So because multiple of the stones were played inside of... Because multiple of the stones were played inside of Dream Dimension, that would not have given Thanos the bonus before I got rid of him. All right, I'll take another 1-drop so we can go full gamma here, ideally. Unlucky. Unlucky. I assume they're going to get a second Hulk here as well.
I want the throne.
It might be wrong to eat the X-23. It might be that I want to guarantee she's over here to sack to summoning ritual 2. Do I need to keep him honest here? Maybe I don't. I think they're gonna play for the right. I'll just give it up. I didn't play for the middle. Probably dead to the chamber. Oh, the X-23 50-50. Brutal. All right, you just gotta win all your coin flips for 4 more games, bud. I'm gonna close my politics tab from the Discord server here before it gets me too much more annoyed. But I would just like to say, could you all even imagine the wall-to-wall coverage if Biden was giving interviews saying he didn't know who he was pardoning? Like, I can't, like, the asymmetry in the media landscape in favor of these fucking fascists is just, like, so wild. There's just another interview with Politico where they're asking him point blank about some awful person he pardoned. He's like, I don't know. I don't really know anything about that person. it's the media landscape is worse than no accountability because they actively want him to be in power because he's good for their ratings.
Rest in peace.
Huh? It's disturbing how high the bar has become for impeachment the past 12 years. It's not that the bar for impeachment has moved. It's that the Republicans are literally a cult who will never defect from one of their own as long as he keeps them in power. They don't have any actual beliefs. They just want to continue clinging to power.
Rest in peace. Enchantress.
If the US government were a video game, I would tell you the impeachment mechanic needs a balance pass. Absolutely. Wait, I should play these here because Bluestone lets me Thanos anywhere, yeah? It probably can't beat 20. Oh, God. For fuck's sake! Isan is so good in their deck. At what point do Americans collectively stop going to work as a means to protest the whole regime? I mean, the thing you have to understand is like a third of the country really wanted everything that's going on right now. Nuclear Winters, thank you for the 15 months. You got to understand there needs to be like it's not just like it's not like the Republicans came into power and are doing things they didn't promise to do, right? Like they showed up. Yeah, not to mention the whole most people can't exist without working, right? Like that's just not how society and capitalism works. But like even if you could have a bunch of people that could exist without working. Like say that's a given even when it's not. Like it just kind of doesn't work when a third of the country really wanted all of this. This might actually be one of the first times a party in American politics came to power and did everything they said they would. It just happens to be evil bullshit. Yeah, basically. All in for the next Democrat that says they're going to ignore every rule and implement progressive policies the way Trump has ignored every rule to implement fascist ones. They have my vote. If we're gonna throw the rule book out, let's get some good stuff done with it instead of some abhorrent stuff. thing. Thank you for the 22 months. I appreciate that. Welcome back. Let's do this first, so that way this doesn't jump into here.
I still believe in heroes. I want the throne.
Uh... I just had to look on the marketplace for next year's healthcare costs, and ironically almost had a heart attack, which wouldn't be covered at the sight of the increases. Yeah, my wife's corporate job provides us non-marketplace insurance, and our premiums are going to go up 10% next year, and our deductibles are going to go up 20%. So we're going to have worse coverage for more money, and our premiums coming from her corporate job are going up by less than people who are buying it on the open marketplace are going to have theirs go up by. Which, unironically, all the selfish fucking racists who voted for Trump, maybe that'll realize they care about having money more than they care about being bigots. I don't know that we get back to any sort of reasonable without there being an actual amount of pain and suffering. I don't know what else there could be at this point, right? Like, part of me was optimistic. I was like, maybe they overturned Roe v. Wade and, like, people show up and vote. And that didn't happen. So now it's maybe health insurance costs go through the roof and they show up and care. The actual answer is nothing is probably going to work, but I gotta look towards the next thing that might snap them out of it. And before I move on from this topic, for people who live outside the country that don't understand why I talk about politics, when I talk about my health insurance premiums going up next year, the actual numbers that my family will pay next year is we will pay 550 USD per month for the privilege of having a $12,000 family deductible. So we'll pay what is that? Almost seven grand a year to then pay another 12 grand for the year if someone in my family actually gets sick. And you pay that upwards of $19,000 for the year, because if someone gets sick and like has cancer or an extended hospital stay, you go bankrupt. Medical debt is one of the leading causes of bankruptcy. Yes, and the costs I just listed are considered very good in the United States. To give you a point of reference, when I had my first good year doing content as a job, we looked into replacing the insurance from my wife's corporate job on the open marketplace, And to get a comparable plan would have been upwards of 30 to 40,000 USD per year in premiums only before deductibles. And that was for my then family of 4. It was before we had our daughter. So it was like 3 or 4x what we paid through her corporate job. Now. And if you're wondering, well, how do regular people afford that? They don't. They just, they hope they don't get sick or they go bankrupt if they do. They lose their house and their possessions and other stuff. And that's abhorrent and immoral, and people shouldn't make money off people being sick. The only thing that should be destroyed for fun and profit chat are my Marvel Snap cards. This deck was very reasonable. It was a shorter session with it because the rollover is about to happen and we're going to poke at Weapon H here, but I'm going to leave this one in the deck editor and I think we'll come back around to it at some point in the future. You, like, don't have to have Wade Wilson and Weapon X to play this deck. Like, you're an 18-card deck, so you don't even see them with any amount of consistency, but they were fine cards when we drew them. It was kind of cute that, like, Wade Wilson and Angel both, like, gave us 2 different ways to thin our deck, which made this was probably the most consistent Thanos deck I've ever played from that perspective of we have cards that thin cards out of our deck, so that's nice. A fun take. Have an ad roll. We're gonna buy a new card. We're gonna play some Weapon H here. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy the gaming and the live commentary, make sure you tap the like button when you're here. Appreciate the folks that do that. Can you play King Atiri in this deck? Maybe. I don't know that you have a good cut. He's probably a little awkward with Killmonger and the timing on stuff. I think I want to start with Zombie Power Man with the new card, yeah? What a strange amount of collector tokens. 5,200. What a strange amount of collector tokens. My PPO plan for my family is 900 USD per month, and it's about 6,000 out-of-pocket max for our family. That's honestly pretty similar ratio to what mine is, right? Like our monthly is lower, but our out-of-pocket max is higher. I think we're at PPO. I forget what the letters are after it. Those letters sound familiar. Animo, thank you for the 13 months. Welcome back. Some Weapon H boosties. Still no black cosmic borders in my ship. Not a bad piece of art. All right, let's check some zombie. Zombie Power Man piles. The PPOs my company offers come out to being more expensive than my HDHP unless I pay over 60,000 healthcare for your. Yeah, my wife's company actually doesn't really give us that many options for healthcare. You have your choice between like 2 or 3 things, if I recall. I forget if we had more, but looking at the number, I think there were like 2 that we were back and forth between. What's the auto deck? Good question. You can check that here in a second. I assume it's something similar to what I just built. Alliance reminder. Absolutely. Yeah, very, very similar to what we just built. Thanks for playing the event. Have some boosters. Got it. Hey, look at that. Look at all my creator gold, chat. I'm rich. That inbox of yours looks like my work inbox. Yeah, it definitely doesn't look like my regular inbox. I currently have, I have a lot of emails from while I was live today. I have 16 unread emails at the moment, and it looks like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of those I got since I was live this morning. 4K gold, wasn't it 2K gold before? So they changed the Marvel Snap content creator program recently. So there's tiers of creators. So people who have better metrics get more freebies, as opposed to everyone in the program getting the same static amount. Basically, chat, what I'm asking you is please eat me last as the rich get richer. When you finally turn on your overlord, save me for last. I won't taste very good, I promise. Are my alliance rewards not there, by the way? Do I need to relog? I don't have any alliance rewards here. Let me relog, I guess. I guess. Mine just dropped. Yeah, we're going through some kind of delay. No, yeah, weird. They're still not here. Strange. That's not the... Oh! Oh! See, chat just had to complain a little bit more. Discard 5 cards in a match. Yep, about to do the crap out of that. All right, I think I want to start here because this is a new card that basically, so Swarm was awkward in this deck. I've replaced Swarm from the previous build of this deck because Swarm previously would come back with Khonshu when you wouldn't want it to with some consistency. So the idea being here, this lets Khonshu focus his reanimates a little bit better. Because all of our discard payoffs now either end up on the board or back in our hand. Yeah, Swarm's decent with Colonel, that's for sure. I don't think we need to have it for that. You wouldn't taste as good anymore because you lost the weight. Wouldn't that mean I'm more lean meat? I think that would make me better, yeah? Is Weapon H the reason Swordmaster got buffed? Absolutely. In fact, one of the things I want to build today after we play with this a little bit, the second deck I want to build is an all evens deck other than Swordmaster and Weapon H for the most part. Maybe you play like a Lady Sif, but like mostly try and focus down on just him with Swordmaster. I face this player a number of times. I take the proving grounds very seriously. Yeah, they got something to prove, gamer. Don't you? Then Nator, thank you for the 2 years. Over 2 years, appreciate that. I don't say we're kind of hoping to draw the Vibranium here, yeah? We just do this.
Victory.
I want to play our deck against a variety of opponents, so we beat them there fair and square. I'm gonna give them a silver ticket to bugger off, and we'll play another one. I like playing Conquest over the ladder because it lets us see the games actually play out instead of people retreating constantly. But I really prefer to play only 1 or 2 games against people so we can play some variety.
Opponent snap. Snap.
Probably just hunting for boosters. Given that they have X-23 at Erisham. And this here, right, is actually a perfect example of what we're talking about. My Corvus discarded Modok, and if this had been Swarm like it was in the previous build, this would be in my discard pile, and then my Khonshu would be a coin flip here on what he was going to bring back. But now, because Modok is the only card in my bin, Khonshu's guaranteed to grab Modok for us, which is quite good. And if we can top deck Colonel America, we'll actually be able to weapon Scorn Colonel here, which would be nice. Oh my goodness! God, we're so good at this game. The check must have cleared to Benjamin. Yep. Casserole.
Victory.
And Apocalypse is like cheaper, seems pretty decent. Yeah, the big thing too is like Weapon H, he doesn't need to be free to be good, right? Like we saw there, like a 314 is pretty good. Even 514 is like technically above rate, yeah? 5 drops are historically understated in terms of power. Like getting him down to 3 is super reasonable, especially with alongside Colonel America. He probably makes Colonel even better than it was before, because now having a 3 for that last turn means Colonel plus weapon is a lot of stats being added.
Snap. Opponent snapped.
Good one. Happy Discard Mirror Matches Day to those who celebrate.
Apocalypse.
Actually, don't have a target discarded for Khonshu yet. All of our discards have reanimated. Oh wait, that's perfect. Yeah.
JK, LOL. You think Weapon H is going to be a staple in discard? Maybe. I think I want to keep him honest here. Rewarded for doing so.
You won't need this anymore.
Might be a lose center, win left right angle. Gray Stabby Hulk. Who doesn't love a good Stabby Hulk, really? Yeah, they win the center, lose left and right.
Victory.
Man, Zombie Power Man seems like a huge upgrade for this deck. So, I don't think it's accurate to frame Zombie Power Man as an upgrade for discard so much as he powers this other different discard deck. So, like, this build that this person is playing is I know they're both discarding their own cards, but they're pretty distinct archetypes. Especially with this build moving away from Swarm now in favor of Weapon H, the distinction is more far apart than ever, right? Like this is a Power Man Colonel America Khonshu discard deck, while this build is a Dakin Collector Bullseye Swarm build. So some overlap in the enablers that they're playing, but I don't think it's remotely accurate to try and paint one side versus the other as this is just better or this is just worse. They're just kind of doing functionally different things. Yeah, they're both discard decks, but how they accomplish what their identity is different. I always called the Dakin one Dakin discard. Yeah, Dakin discard or Dakin bullseye was my identifier always. I think Power Man and Colonel America are better in Apocalypse X than Dracula. I really didn't like Dracula the last time we played this deck. Maybe it's worth revisiting with Weapon H in the deck now too, but last time we played this, Dracula felt increasingly awkward, and the way the stats played out, the Dracula builds had worse stats than builds like this one that weren't playing it. Not an ideal opener for us. Definitely going to be a Corvus on 3 angle. Dracula is bad with tech. So, an interesting thought / commentary on that is I think you could make a somewhat compelling argument that Dracula is actually better in a post-deafening Clarion world. Because, god damn it. Because there's less Red Guardians and more Deafening Clarions filling that same kind of role.
I would like to draw Morbius, please. Preparation H. Not exciting. Am I just doing this? I might just be doing this. Corvus and his wife worked together to fuck me there, which was way less exciting than the fanfiction made it out to be.
You won't need this.
I am reborn.
Oh, did I say Clarion? I meant Cord. Yeah, the new C-Tech card. I think we're dead here. Our draw just did not come together.
Escape.
People have cut Red Guardian, even Cosmic Ghost Rider because of Cord. Absolutely. I think Cord is much better than Cosmic Ghost Rider and Red Guardian in a number of decks. But that positionally makes Dracula better in the game, right? If people are getting rid of those other two in favor of Cord in a number of decks. If you discard H 3 times, does he get hit by Bullseye? He does, yeah. Bullseye cares about the current cost of cards in your hand, not the cost when it was put in your deck. It's a lowercase c cost, not a capital C cost. I mean, I would be surprised if that's good, but it does function the way you want it to. If you discard him 4 times, does he go away or come back at 0? 0. If Mo Dockerson could dodge here, it's very good for us. That's very good for us. There's a Colonel America discard right now from our Sancta Infinium. And now we have a Blade in the discard pile as well. Now, Khonshu does go away if you discard him a 4th time. He only reanimates twice. I'm not going to give him the left for free here. Blade or Colonel are both pretty fine here. Blade gives me a 12 power Apocalypse. Colonel gives me a lot of stats in another location. The Victoria deck runs Rogue, right? Not always, but sometimes. Merlin with the betrayal here, pretty good. Lady Sif is actually more points, yeah. She makes the Colonel America trigger. Am I supposed to play for all three here? I don't know, it's close. They can Shadow King as well. They do have a lot of tech cards. The Shadow King notably doesn't get rid of Morbius or Colonel America's bonus, just gets rid of the Khonshu bonus. I guess he gets rid of what Scorn's plus as well. But it'll also shrink their Merlin. Cool tech card. Cool tech card. Well, so there's not ongoing buffs in this path. Colonel America is currently 12 power from Khonshu. So like Shadow King and Rogue together would have gotten us here. But just like only one of them meant we still had a lot of points left over, yeah? Not a cellar opener for us. I will be shocked if Weapon H is not a playable card. That's where my bar is at. I will be shocked if this card is not playable. Don't think I want to run the risk of binning MODOK or Colonel here. I think I just want to play Colonel and then we'll play MODOK on 5. Hey, guard. Hope your personal sphere is doing all right wherever you're at in the world. Thanks for dropping off your support still. Appreciate the over 6.5 years. It's a long time. Actually, I can put this here, and then Proxima still goes here. And then next turn, I can Preparation H plus Corvus Glade still. Proxima is guaranteed to go to your lowest power location, so she's always going to jump left here.
You won't need this anymore.
I am Apocalypse.
The zombie power, man. Oh, I said I could play what's his name, but I can't. That's not how this works at all. Because MODOK is betting him. Power Man's a fine discard. Morbius obviously would have been the best discard, or the best draw. Absolutely cooked. Nice tech card. This is like one of the sweats deck of choice right now, so I wouldn't be surprised if they try and sweat us 10-2. Are we good? Cool. Happy with that. Weapon H seems like a real upgrade to this deck. Swarm always felt a little bit clunky in it, and he has such a clean finisher with other cards the last turn of the game, like we just saw there. Gives your Khonshu more accuracy. I want to play one more set with this one, and then we'll color outside the lines a little bit with some weird Swordmaster stuff I want to do as well. In the meantime, in between time, when you take an ad break, don't go anywhere, gamers. There are lots more stuff coming up today. If you're watching this on YouTube, you always enjoy us exploring different things with the new cards 7 days a week. Make sure you tap the like button while you're here. Appreciate the folks that have done that already. I'm gonna run to the bathroom while these go. Beer me. Where's your Gambit? Anywhere else? Discard cards, absolutely. Is Snap dropping a discard focus pack anytime soon? I don't believe so. Thanks for the Dormammu list. Was a painless way to get Wade Wilson boosters out of my shop. God bless. Shadow Marvel, thank you for the over 2.5 years of support. Nicholasen, thank you for the 53 months. Almost 4.5. Do you think now is a good time to come back to Snap? I think Marvel Snap's gameplay and balance is better than it's literally ever been. I think they rolled out returning player rewards somewhat recently. I think their economy rework earlier this year really nailed it. Yeah, I think it's a great time to poke back in if you've been on the fence. They've done a lot right. I think Marvel Snap has arguably become the game card gamers have often said they wanted. Regular content, lots of decks you can play, plenty of deck building and brewing room. There isn't constant power creeps. You can keep playing decks that you like for an extended period of time while also having new cards that are worth playing. Alright, so we've got Death as our Khonshu reanimate target right now. Not amazing, but eh. If you're someone that's looking to get back into Marvel Snap, I have a decks guide here where I break down over 50 different decks in Marvel Snap that are reasonable and competitive, along with highlighting them in a color-coded system that lets you know which cards are replaceable and which ones are absolutely must-have for the deck. Skillfully put both of our ongoing cards into White Palace here, just like we drew it up. Hopefully his second one gets to kill something over here. Oh, they're not getting second, we're gonna second Jubilee. That's fine. Are they Hella? I think they're Hella. Apocalypse is a great draw here because we're gonna bin the Khonshu, and then I could go big Apocalypse on the last turn. I think they're cooked here, chat.
You won't need this anymore.
The Sinister London significantly better for us than them. Weapon H has felt very good in this deck so far, which I think makes sense considering Swarm always felt a little bit awkward with Khonshu. And then our best draw next turn is Blade. Our second best draw is Zombie Power Man. Probably still winning even with the bad draw.
Can you understand me? Victory.
Classic double Infinite, lose every lane. Sometimes that's just how it goes. Such a Widow Baby. So many good payoffs. Let me play Blade on one. Otherwise, we'll just Morbius on one. Morbius it is.
Oh, snap.
By the way, if you weren't here earlier, we were talking about it just to bring it up for my regulars for things to think about and poke at in the future. An official Star Wars digital CCG was announced today. That's going to be coming to Android, iOS, and PC. I feel like a lot of people have been down on digital card games in general recently, so I did say Star Wars. Does that mean we'll see it 2 years from now? I don't know what the timeline is like. Who is making it? So, who is making it is the one possible asterisk. One of the companies behind the Star Wars card game that was announced is the same people who made Hex Shards of Fate and DC Dual Force. But you know what they say, chat? Third time's the charm. And this one they advertised is going to be on mobile. So at a minimum, they've learned from that mistake. DC Dual Force and Hex Shards of Fate were not on mobile. They weren't. That's just the facts with J. Jonah Jameson. Are we cooked? I think we're cooked. I was gonna say the DC Dual Force people as a joke. No, that, but unironically. And just for people who are newer, for who aren't familiar with my background and my experience, there's this piece of art behind me, behind the David Mack Silk. That is artwork that was done in my likeness that was inside of Hex Shards of Fate, because I contributed a lot to that community and played and streamed it a lot.
Escaped.
It's been a while, but I'm very, very familiar there with that one. That's 2 for back. I can pull it up. I can pull it up after we're done with this match. I do a show and tell with the art on stream. In fact, I posted this the other day. These are all the games I've ever streamed lifetime on my channel. Well, I guess Hex is in the corner here. So Hex is actually still number 5 in terms of total hours streamed. A little over 600 hours. I wonder if Snap will ever pass Magic. We creep closer every year. To Snap passing Magic. Another 2 or 3 years. Yeah, Pokemon Pocket crept up to number 3 before that blazed out for me. I streamed about 1,000 hours of Marvel Snap this year, so. In the years where it was my only game, I did about 1,500, and then in this past year, a little over 1,500, and this past year I did about 1K since I've been playing other things on top of it. You spent more time streaming Hex than DC Dual Force did. I mean, that's true. DC Dual Force didn't even launch, right? God, what a terrible draw for us. So our bottom 4 cards: Modok, Corvus, Zombie Power Man, Lady Sif. Which had better metrics, Pokemon TCG, Shadowverse, or Galaxy? Shadowverse was the worst of those 3. Shadowverse and Galaxy are probably comparable. And then Pokemon Pocket had the best to start. Pocket metrics just fell off very hard and fast. Pocket's numbers for like the first like 4 months or so were really pretty reasonable. Especially on the YouTube side to start. There were a few times in like the first couple of months I was streaming Pocket where like we'd have over 1,000 concurrent people on Twitch and YouTube. I mean, Power Man needs to think here before he puts Lady Sif in the bin. Alright, not Modok. This fucking guy. This fucking guy, chat. No, it's fine. Nobody panic.
I am reborn.
Wait, they're playing Khonshu in their Hella deck? The wiki page for Cryptozoic doesn't mention Hex. Well, that's because you're misremembering your history, Marty. Technically, Hex wasn't made by Cryptozoic. So when they found out they were gonna get sued by Wizards of the Coast, they put Hex Shards of Fate under Hex Entertainment as a company, so that way legal liability from the WotC lawsuit didn't spill over onto Cryptozoic. Because they knew they were gonna get sued. Are you done with Pocket? Yeah, I got bored of Pocket. They just they don't release any actual gameplay stuff. Pocket doesn't have content other than releasing new cards, and they don't release new cards very often. They'll go like 2 months at a time without releasing cards. Which 8 weeks? 8 weeks with nothing to do in your live service game is just an eternity. What did Wizards of the Coast sue them for? General copyright bullshit stuff. Like for reference, one of the results of the lawsuit with Hex and Wizards of the Coast was Hex had to start having their cards visually turned to the left instead of turning to the right, because turning your card to the right was tapping from Magic the Gathering. You know what they say, Chad? If you can't innovate, litigate. Lost our coin flip here. Just real stupid. Real stupid lawsuit stuff. That's nearly a Nintendo level of stupid. Wizards of the Coast, as someone who has worked with a lot of big gaming companies, and I mean like Pokemon, Riot Game, Wizards of the Coast, and a number of other bigger and smaller ones at this point, Wizards of the Coast is the worst company I've ever had to work with. Just like hands down, not close, the amount of nonsense and BS is.
Opponent snapped. Oh, snap.
They're the ones sending out the Pinkertons, absolutely. Am I playing Blade here? I can't decide if I'm playing Blade. I think I am. What are the odds Corvus discards Khonshu twice? Really low, right?
What a game!
See, I see people ragging on Pokemon for the Pal World lawsuit. I actually think Pokemon seemed like they showed an incredible amount of restraint with the Pal World lawsuit. They waited a pretty long time and got all of their ducks in a row before they decided to move on that. Yeah, I agree. Pal World absolutely had it coming. Lucas, thank you for the 25 months. Welcome back. Are we cooked? Genosha is not good for us.
I want the throne.
I definitely need to change my underwear.
For reference, for people who haven't looked at the Nintendo or Pokemon versus Pal World lawsuit, they did not come after Pal World for being a generic creature catcher game. They came after Pal World for literally copying Pokemon models and using them in their game. Like, I'm about as anti-billion-dollar corporation as you can get, but like, the stuff that they filed their actual legal stuff on, like, you should go look at it if you think Pokemon was being crappy to a smaller company just for the sake of it. I'm 5 games into this list and I've been laying waste to my opponents, but I haven't drawn Weapon H. I mean, this deck was good before Weapon H. Absolutely. Oh, they won the Wolverine flip, Sedge.
Enough said, bub. What a game! I definitely need to change my underwear. Enough said, bub.
Oh, I'm one short of being able to do both of these. Sedge. This means Khonshu only has one friend to reanimate is the problem. I think we're cooked. I assume we're cooked. They have a null. The maker of Pal World is on the record saying he doesn't enjoy coming up with new ideas. Well, I mean, his work in front of the class showed that that's the case. Yeah, we even lose the center here, right? Won the raid at least. Have you found Weapon H helps with the burning issue discard seems to have? It's Swarm has always been awkward in this build. The big thing Weapon H does for this deck is it makes Khonshu more accurate. Oh, show and tell time. Yeah, I was gonna show you the thing. By the way, just this is not what we were gonna show and tell. But this is a reminder that if you enjoy some of the awesome artists that do work in Marvel Snap, you can probably buy prints of their art for less than you pay for a lot of the variants in Marvel Snap. This with the frame cost me less than the average large variant bundle in Snap. This is from David Mack. It's a copy of Silk. So if you like art and want to support artists, consider buying their real art occasionally. Now this is from Hex Shards of Fate. This is me when I had more hair as a young 20-something. Back from before. But this is an piece of art from a card in their game. They had 3 or 4 people that they put on cards in their game from their community. But I streamed and played a lot of that. Back when I had hair and a sword. Speaking of hair, what do you think of the Cosmo Permacure? I think straight men seeking out gender-affirming care should be more normalized. And anybody who wants to affirm their gender with care should feel free to do so without ridicule. Whether they're trans or cis or anybody else, if it makes you feel good about yourself and you're not hurting other people, you go nuts. I personally couldn't give 2 flying fucks about the amount of hair on my head. And I regularly shave it all off because I could not care less. Sinister London, our own personal feature location so far today. Our Morbius art is better, absolutely. Yeah, Deadlands taking our Sinister London spot is unfortunate. Ooh, they're Draculaing. They're gonna dig through some ditches and burn through some witches. Is that Khonshu variant? Nightforge, absolutely. Why not use Swordmaster? Instead of me telling you your card suggestion is bad, tell me why it's good. Tell me what problem my deck has that it solves and what card we should cut to make room for it.
Apocalypse.
Apocalypse.
You won't need this anymore.
They do not have an apocalypse on their side, so that bodes well for us potentially. Means we can still win the center here.
This anymore.
They could top deck him though as well here. One in, whatever. I think I want to go ahead and Khonshu here, so that way I get Lady Sif back to add some points in the center to hedge an apocalypse. I returned to the game after the Surtur season. What packs do you recommend for completing this discard deck? You should not be buying snap packs unless you are going to spend money and eventually finish that snap pack. If you are coming back and you're going to be a free-to-play or small spender, you should choose to spend your tokens on specific cards that you actually want to play with. A snap pack gives 1 guaranteed card and 2 extra random pulls that can be additional cards, but generally are things like tokens or credits, nominal amounts, or boosters even. Cool. Our lack of apocalypse letting us come out on top there.
Victory.
So the snap packs are a cheaper, more efficient way to get all of the cards. But unless you would be happy with most of the cards in a given stat pack, you should buy specific cards versus opening boosters. It's kind of just like the traditional TCG advice, right? Like buy singles, not booster packs. That applies here. Getting 25 tokens from a pack feels insulting. I'd rather get nothing. So that's the thing about gambling and loot boxes, right? You have to have hits that feel bad, otherwise the hits that feel good don't really feel good. If everything is good, nothing is. All right, do we think Sinister London's going to be location 2 or location 3? It's location 3. Okay. Ooh, can damn. Third location's gonna be the one that changes on turn 4. Rats. Unlucky, really. Can I swap my Watcher variant for 25 tokens? Asking the real questions. I do not think you can play this particular discard deck without Khonshu, unfortunately. If you are missing Khonshu, you should look at the more classic Dracula discard decks, or look at the Bullseye Dakin discard decks are better choices. That's fine. I didn't like that sandcastle anyways. I was mostly done with it. Even the Golden Girls are tech slop, chat. It's inescapable. That's not true. That's probably the only tech card, yeah. Do you think this deck variant is better positioned in the metagame than the Dracula? No, I don't think any given discard deck is poorly or well positioned. I think there's 50 different decks you could play in Marvel Snap, and all 3 or 4 discard variations are just fine. This deck has existed for an hour. I mean, that's not true, Wilker. This exact deck with Swarm over Weapon H has existed since Zombie Power Man and Colonel America were added to the game, what, 2 months ago? The new Chamber deck lines up well into this, with them playing Enchantress and Ghost Rider first steps. Or Cosmic Ghost Rider. Yeah, that makes sense. But that deck also has like a sub 5% play rate, yeah? So you're right that it's the hot new thing. But again, like, Marvel Snap is a game where you can play against 50 different decks on any given day of the week. So like being bad about against, you know, the new 3 or 4%er is like, okay, great. It's like, yeah, that's gonna happen sometimes. I decided to gamble my 1 in 5 on Weapon H. You'd probably call that a bad decision. I'd call my bad decision having paid off this time. Listen, chat, gambling is fun. If you want to have fun gambling, you absolutely should go gamble. You have money to spare or whatever, do gamble responsibly. Enjoy yourself. The only thing I'm going to tell you is that if you gamble and lose, just don't expect sympathy from me. That's all I'm about. It's not that I'm gonna tell you not to gamble. I enjoy gambling. Gambling is fun. Just don't expect me to shed any tears when you miss. I play poker once or twice a month. I play Marvel Snap 5 or 6 days a week. I love gambling. I might want a Khonshu here, yeah? Ooh, Lamar! Thank you for the over 2 years. I appreciate you repping that primer. Welcome back. Oh my gosh, speaking of gambling, I saw the most dystopian late-stage degenerate thing in existence. Voidzilla, content creator, if you're not familiar with them, does a lot of good, like, deep dive researchy type stuff. He had a video talking about a service that lets you gamble directly on your credit card bills inside of their app. And I was like, if that's oh, CoffeeZilla, Voidzilla is, yeah. Okay, you're right. You are correct. Thank you for the correction. But yeah, just like the most disgusting thing you've ever just let you spin the wheel inside of their app. Yeah, gambling in. Like, it's been super normalized in every aspect, way, shape, and form of the thing. Is this a Heimdall win the game, chat? I think this is Heimdall win the game. Hopefully the Marvel Stat Police aren't coming for me, because this is decidedly illegal. Join me in the center. Tale as old as time. Sub to Jeff with Prime. Heimdall win the game. To be fair, you didn't play Heimdall. That's true. That's true. We were allowed to win with him because he was cheated into play. Record scratch. I bet you wonder how we got here. Reagan! That's the answer. That's the answer. The answer to every single one of the how did we end up here questions. Is always screaming Reagan's name while you look at this guy. It's always Reagan. I'm not from the United States. What did Reagan do? How much time do you have? I'm only planning to be live for like another 2 or 3 hours, so I don't think we have time to get into it. Oh, that's a fun chameleon. Come a chameleon. Do, 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 do. Reagan hated tariffs, at least, right? It's not that Reagan hated tariffs. It's just that he understood the reality of what they do, right? If I drop this here, what are the odds it wins the game? Non-zero? Non-zero.
Opponent snapped.
So I assume that snap means I'm losing the left. If I top deck Khonshu, I can Khonshu and Weapon H on the last turn, which is kind of fun. Oh, we're getting Cosmic Ghost Rider. That makes sense. And Shadow Kinged. Okay, cool. That was fun. And you died anyways? Wait. No! Shit! I flipped tails. I flipped tails, chat. I meant to flip heads. Oh, no. Brutal. Savage. Wrecked. Opponent's deck is great, by the way. We've highlighted that one a few times. Very, very competitive. Good at kicking sandcastles over. Warlock. You what? I think this qualifies as a hot take. I think Warlock is probably the best Marvel Snap card most people don't own. I think he's a very, very powerful, reasonable card that just like most people skipped for good reason. That deck runs Shadow King. Absolutely. Shadow King's one of the best tech cards in the game. That last game showcased why discard isn't the omnipresent tier S deck it once was. There are good answers to discard cards. However, a variety of discard shells, including this one, have consistently put up good results in Marvel Snap for a long time now. I think Weapon H very pointedly helps an issue that this deck had before, which was that Swarm, which is the discard payoff we were playing in its slot previously, goes in your discard pile, which is awkward with Khonshu. So the way this deck is configured now, if you discard a MODOK or a Lady Sif or something else, your Khonshu is very likely going to be guaranteed to bring it back. And that adds a nice element of consistency here, which is nice. Weapon H, very consistently a 314. I don't think we ever played it as a 114 during that set, but seems like a serviceable card. Excited to continue exploring it and other things here today. Let's take a quick pause for the cause. Let some adverts roll. When we get back, we're going to dive into something that's a little bit off the beaten path with Weapon H. Thanks for hanging out. Don't go anywhere. If you're watching on the YouTube side and you enjoy the daily content over there, make sure you tap the like button with whatever you're watching. Strongman deck we cover. I think I want to play a Swordmaster deck that has somewhat minimal uncosted cards other than weapon. Do I need a third way to bin something? Do we want Redshift? Redshift Weapon H is interesting. The other 7s kind of suck though, yeah? Like he's generating you a bad one a lot of the time. I guess if he's your second discard, it's okay. He is an even cost discard. Yeah, he can make us a 5. You like play one of these and then you play him as your second one. He's probably pretty rarely going to be your first discard. Do we want to be a Black Knight deck? That's an interesting thought. I don't hate that. And then do we play like one other bomb here? Do we play like a... We play like a... Is Scar crazy? That could be okay. We could also just play a big 6. Because Sif and Redshift can both discard a big 6. Is it just Infinite? It's probably just Infinite, yeah? It could be Gigantoad, have a little bit of flexibility to play about. Galactus Percepts. I don't think we're playing to the board consistently early enough to do that. And he really wants to stay at hand to build up. I think it's just Infinite. The new Helicarrier? I don't think so. You want to be a Ghost Rider? Maybe. Yeah. I mean, I guess that's the case. It doesn't work with Weapon H though. Is the problem? How does Black Knight work if we discard Weapon H? We get a 14 power thing. Yeah, Black Knight doesn't care about where the card ends up at. It just cares what the power it was when it was discarded. Or after it's done being discarded, I should say. Why would I want to play Blink here? I guess it's another way to cheat Infinite, but like my threes have an all-right amount of power. Hellcow. Hellcow's a random discard and it's activate? That sounds atrocious. I mean, this seems like enough cards to make this core work. We could throw in just like good stuff / interactive bits with the other 5. I don't think we have enough here to want I don't think Ghost Rider and Black Knight is enough to be purely linear with. Blade could be okay. It gets in the way of Swordmaster sometimes, but that might be a feature, not a bug occasionally. Jubilee's pretty bad if you're flipping randomly into discard stuff. It's not great. Hella. All right, I need to finish this deck so I can stop reading chat suggestions. Destroyer. Use the auto deck so you don't have to listen to chat. I mean, to be fair, it's probably better than what chat's gonna suggest. Give Thaddeus a chance. Oh my god, chat got one right. Christ almighty. Chat with the good suggestion. Mark your calendars, gamers. So I'm gonna split Thad looking for a blue background here real quick. Fake gamer in chat, they had a good suggestion. Yep.
Mastery.
Bananas! That's rude. I can split them again for one more roll.
Infinity.
Does Quinjet discount Weapon H with a lower cost? It does not. Do we have too many ones? I only have 2 ones. I think that's fine.
Mastery.
Lucky. All right, I think I want one more 2-drop. I want to stay even so that way Swordmaster can target Weapon H consistently. What do we want for our even costed thing? Valentina. I could armor There's a lot of destroy running around right now, and it protects us from random shags. I kind of don't mind that as another tech card. We get to play the armor Shang-Chi synergy, which is nice. Yeah, I think I'm gonna go with that. I think I might go with that. Maybe I cut Shang. I like the idea of armor a lot. It's awkward with Shang. What are my two? Are there any other 2 or 4 cost tech cards? What are my other 4 cost interactive bits other than Shang? We can play Juggernaut. He's okay. Chamber. There's literally 2 cards in my deck that cost 5 or more. Gorgon. I can play Stardust in my Ghost Rider deck. It might just be Shang still, honestly. Yet again, I want it to be an even cost card because Swordmaster is here. Do you want to play Goose? Goose is interesting. Goose technically only locks us out of 2 cards. What is Goose good against? It's not really good and do a lot, right? How many of the new Chamber decks are playing War Machine? A lot of them. A lot of them is the answer to that question. We've officially been in the deck editor too long. I need to pick a card and start playing games. Alright, I was gonna put Shang in and we'll let it be awkward and I'll stew on it.
Mastery. Snap.
For the people talking about the Star Wars CCG that was announced today. Oh, I queued with the wrong deck. Apologies. For the people talking about the Star Wars CCG that was announced today, they didn't give us a release date, right? It's probably not coming till 26. I would assume at the earliest. Yeah, no date yet. For those of you just coming in and hearing that for the first time, they announced a new Star Wars digital card game. All digital. It is not a digital implementation of their existing paper game. It is a new digital card game using the Star Wars IP. It is not being made by Second Dinner. It is being made by the people who made DC Dual Force. In part, not entirely, in part. Not entirely, in part. But which part? So the game company said, or the company says they make an engine for it, so they might not even be doing the game design. They might just be responsible for the tech backend. Because the company that does it says they license a proprietary digital card game engine. Pretty good start here. No weapon H, but good Black Nitro. Platinum Tiles, thank you for the entire year of support. Let's get you a mod sword to go with that subscriber shield. Welcome back. Thanks for keeping me around. Toxie Doxy, I was impressed so that I saw it was an Airship card. And then I saw it was an Airship card. All right, and then he fishes up weapon H, guaranteed here. Can I get some lore, junkies? Is Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross fishing up weapon H a flavor win or a flavor fail? That's a flavor win. Okay, cool. What if I put the Jessica Jones path over to here to screw with them? Or do I put it center? I bet they play center this turn. Wait, that's how that timing works? That's weird. I guess that is how it's always worked. Remember, in my brain it wasn't working that way, but I think that's, yeah, okay. I do that somewhere. Somewhere in my heart of hearts. Yeah, it's the same timing as Nebula. That makes sense. And then we just Ghost Rider over here. Assume they can't win here, says local man about to be Shadow Kinged. Guess what, nerd? We beat that one. Nice toxic card. Fuck off. Got him.
Victory. Oh, snap.
Oh.
Victory.
See, I think New Kang is a stellar design win. It's not a busted or powerful card, but it is a really good top-down design that doesn't feel markedly bad to play against. It adds a little bit of variance on both sides that has reasonable cube equity. Very good Marvel Snap card. I like it. I like it a lot. He's fun to play with too. I agree. I think he's a really good example of good variance. All right, so Quake gets to screw with their Stark Tower. She's so good. Just So powerful. Yeah, I think it's 24 power Esod into the left tier.
All systems go.
Oh, that's an Iron Patriot, Sarah. That makes sense. Why isn't my Shang-Chi auto when it's late anymore, chat? Who asked for this? Why is he suck? These freaking nerds. Oh, Ghost Rider's not bringing anything back. Awkward. The problem is, chat, they have Chamber on the left. They could realistically play for the left. I guess I just do this. So I have 8 energy. Flipped heads when I should have flipped tails. Rip. Oh, wait, are we good? The most he can get is... Oh, we can get 14, yeah? Cool. 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 Got him. Opponent's deck seems fun. If you haven't seen the opponent's deck before, that means you haven't been keeping up with all the things we've been doing around here. It's had gameplay highlights on the Jeff Hoagland channel and non-gameplay highlights on the Dex Roundups. It was the established best new deck of the season. Chamber is easily the most powerful card to have released this season so far. Very, very, very good.
Squad's still a little light.
He says that his opponent makes a 19 power chamber. See, chat, this is just good deck building right here. I think we're cooked. I'm gonna go next.
Escaped.
Welcome to the Deadlands. Well, not shaking there anyways. Might as well. These games have me wondering if Jennifer Kale is something this deck might want. Why would I want to... Why would I want to have 5 energy on turn 4? What am I doing with 5 on 4? Do you have a Hulk deck brewing with all 4 Hulk cards? So it's not a playable thing. Kale can give you 7 energy on turn 6, which lets you play Blade and Ghost Rider plus Weapon 8. Sure, that seems worse than just like playing a Ludasnow, right? I guess Ludasnow's an odd cost card, which doesn't work well with Swordmaster.
I still believe in heroes.
Go hang out. Playing for all 3. See, Marvel Snap is a game that has enough competitive deck building depth that I think trying to build things like all the Hulks for the sake of it just doesn't come across as very interesting to me personally. I'd rather like work on something like this. The artificial restriction for the sake of it just doesn't seem fun. Palms are sweaty, knees weak, arms are heavy. There's tech cards on your sweater already. Let's hopefully screws with them. Bye, Chamber. Enjoy your stay, bud. That was not the weapon H I wanted for Christmas. This will hopefully get us one of them. Yep, cool. Yeah, this is again looking at that wanting 7 energy on the last turn of the game. All right, maybe I'm sold, chat. Is this armor going to be Jennifer Kale? Did chat break it? I can at least Swordmaster plus 1. Oh, I did this wrong. No, I'm dumb. I forgot that Blade was happening. My brain is bad. I do like the concept of extra energy in theory, though. Yeah, for the last turn. It's a really good thought. Unlucky, unlucky. I guess we have a breaker. We have a lot of points on the right. We lost by 1 fucking point. They're up 17. Casual 18-point chamber won the game by 1. Card's so good. I'd ask that you go back and watch the summary or the highlight of the Power Man discard deck later rather than asking me to repeat my 5-minute or 3-minute summary at the end of it. I talk very specifically about what I like and what I didn't like and why we made the choices we made. Then probably just a Shang plus a 2/3 next turn. I feel like it's been a minute since I've seen Shang. I want to just deck. See, I think Shang's actually like better position than it's been in a little while. Yeah, I think it's in a very reasonable spot. All right, with that extra energy, do I just do this now? Oh, Ghost Rider's bigger than Weapon H. Yeah, good call.
I'm coming for you.
I love when you come for me, Ghost Rider. It's my favorite. All right, only 11 power on their 2-drop this time, so we won the game. Oh my god, did we not? Oh my god, we didn't. Holy shit. We lost by 1 point again. We're up 17, they're up 18. Chamber's unironically the best Marvel Snap card to release in a really long time. At this point, I fully expect Chamber is going to lose a point of power and still be very good. I feel like I need that second quantifier on there because people like to lose their minds, but it's the best. It's the best new card in a long while. It's very, very good. God, I'm gonna get fucking Oscorp towered with Electrode again. What a jagoff. It's so annoying. Yeah, unironically, he could probably lose 2 points and still be fine. I agree with that. Alright, guess we'll go for 2 one more time. Conquest is the most soul-sucking game mode in this game. I really wish they gave us a better way to play casual Marvel Snap. My kingdom for Deadpool Diner Snapping to be the norm on the ladder. It would make this game so much better. Hopefully they don't make us wait an eternity to experience the diner again. It would be nice. See if we can juke him like this again, but they might be electroing here just for the sake of getting the extra energy. Oh, you know, I probably should have taken the Nor dimension. Do you swap Quake and the Black Knight lanes for that reason? If I Quake the left, it doesn't move the Iron Patriot lane. Stark. Yeah, the more I think about it, the more I like the suggestion of Jennifer Kale. She seems real sweet. Actively solving an issue that we have. 3+4 is definitely something we're into doing on the last turn of the game. This is not the Ghost Rider I wanted for Christmas. Man, what a brutal bit of RNG here. Flip 10s, but I should have flipped tails. Could have played for the left and the center, or the right and the center, so the left and the center. It's fine. We figured out a card I want to play in my deck, and the specific result. I think this is we're playing for like a silver ticket or something worthless. Honestly, I should have left when they started sweating 3 or 4 games in. It's just kind of a waste of my time. I should have left when we figured out we wanted to switch to Jennifer Kale is what I should have done. Like the outcome of this match doesn't mean anything, and I just let them hold me hostage. We're being a sweaty baby. Yeah. Do we want to reconsider Redshift 2? So, what's the best way to put it? Redshift is the type of card in a deck like this where when it's good, it's basically the best card in your deck, and when it's bad, it looks real mediocre. Unless there's like a particular card that we have that solves a specific issue that we're looking for, like, I think Redshift is very reasonable here, the way these cards are going to shift to the left, and like taking it because it looked bad in an anecdotal sample size that's embarrassingly small is like some really bad deck building chops. Like, do you think those games we just experienced are like remotely representative of average? I don't think that's the case at all. Redshift, yeah, Redshift's a very good discard card in decks of this style. Yeah, it's also an even costed discard card, which makes the Swordmaster better. All right, Mr. Ross, do your thing. Let's hope the new Star Wars card game isn't pay to win. Do you want to hear the easiest called shot of my life, chat? If the new Star Wars digital card game is successful, people aren't going to like the monetization of it. Can you believe I would say something so brave yet so true? Imagine having the wherewithal that I do. Let's hope it does better than DC Dual Force. It's at a low bar. I bet the Star Wars game is going to do much better than DC Dual Force. I bet it's going to clear that one. Can it do worse? You could always do worse. Digital only. There's already a fairly successful paper Star Wars game for people that don't follow.
I'm coming for you.
I can't wait to see Jeff Gold split Jabba the Hutt. Exactly. This is a little shag-brained, but I think it's the play. Oh my god, we're about to shag an orca. Or a Sasquatch, then their orca beats us. Oh my god. World's easiest prediction. What a brutal coin flip to lose. What are they gonna do, chat? Jabba the Hutt me everywhere? It'll be fine. All right, I feel like we've run really cold with this one so far. I need to take an ad break so they don't happen over the top of gameplay. When we get back, we're gonna dork around with this one some more. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Don't go anywhere, gamers. If you're watching on the YouTube side, you enjoy us exploring off the beaten path decks with new cards like this one, make sure you tap the like button while you're here. Appreciate the folks who have done that already today. Is there any kind of Moon Girl Weapon H setup out there? I think the problem with that is you have too hard of a time figuring out what your payoff is in the games where the Weapon H stuff doesn't happen. And getting Weapon H to 1 is a lot of work. I don't think you typically have time to get him to 1 and copy him. What is your rewards level in Grand Arena? I have played 0 games of Grand Arena. I bought the pass to get Wade, and I intend to play 0 games before the event is done. Getting rid of deck building, especially in tandem with the offensively poor balance, makes the game mode a non-starter for reasonable people. Some streamers will say, never tell me the odds, and then complain when they lose a coin flip. I mean, to be fair, most streamers probably couldn't figure out that it was a coin flip. Hey, chat! When it comes to the internet coming together to do good things and positive things, it looks like the internet has appropriately shamed McDonald's into taking down their AI slop advertisement they put together. Good on you, internet. Support real artists, soulless companies. God bless us. God bless us, everyone. Nah, I'm pretty sure Coke's gonna stick to their guns. Their slop's been out for a little bit now. Whoo! That's the spicy one. That one will be good later. Interesting. Hello. Boop. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Be do do. So, bin the weapon H. Bin it again.
Minions to me. Coming for you.
Why do I keep running into people playing Weapon H in Hella? Can anyone explain it to me? Am I missing something? Why are we putting Weapon H in Hella? It says the word discard on it. I guess. Yeah, the Kale energy was sweet there. There was a community spotlight video with Hella and Weapon H. The auto deck was not Hella with Weapon H, no. I'd like to dedicate this game to the Redshift doubters out there. He's a fine lad who deserves his slot. Does he make a 5-drop or a 7-drop here? Actually. He makes a 5-drop here? That's actually pretty gas, yeah? So he never gives you an unplayable one? Because this fully resolves and then Redshift looks at the cost. Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I'd have lost my Black Knight without him, chat. Can we snap again? Asking the real questions. Are they chamber ramp with deafening cord? They must be, yeah. Man, I got choices. I think I want to make them play for all of it. What do we think? Like, they probably beat this, but I don't think they can beat this while I can test these other two. So the last turn's going to be Ghost Rider here, bring back Infinite Hydro Man here. Hi, Haley girl.
Did you forget bringing my snack to school?
Yeah. Sorry, we forgot it. You got it, though?
Yeah.
All right, and now this is even better. Yeah.
Well,
Giddy up. You're a unicorn down here?
Yeah. Giddy up.
I think, I assume they're just dead here.
Daddy, can you sit down?
So you can sit by me? Yeah.
Me here.
Oh, careful. I don't want to crush your feet. I assume if they're adding 5 on the left, they're not beating 23 in the center. Assumption accurate.
Oh, we have the bigger number.
We do have the bigger numbers.
So we might win.
We did win.
Wait, it's already done? The game's already done? Why won't the picture crash it?
There he goes.
Yeah.
Cromwell Cade, try and refresh the stream if you haven't already. If you're logged in.
Daddy, now I have have to buy a new one.
No, they don't have to buy a new one. It comes back every game.
I know, but they have to buy a new one for the game.
Oh, okay.
Not for real life. They don't have to buy.
Don't tell Second Dinner that. They might make that happen for real. Earmuffs, Second Dinner. Don't take monetization suggestions from the 5-year-old. 20 or more power sounds lovely.
Why do you have little headphones on?
Because I wanted to be able to hear you and talk to you, so I took them off.
So you could hear me when I came down?
Yeah, I like you.
Can you hear them?
No, I can't hear the game, but that's okay. You know you have skating today? Mm-hmm. You should make sure you have something good to eat before you go so you're not hungry during your lesson.
Can you give me when are you gonna go up?
I am not going to go up for a little while. Dave's gonna be working for a little bit, so you should go get your stack. And my back's still hurting, so I can't carry you up. Sorry. This person was playing Warlock stuff last time we played. Might still be.
Why are two the same? Where are they zero?
What's the 0?
That thing's up there.
Oh no, chat. What if they spider ham my infinite? Ugh. That would be really unlucky.
You shouldn't lay that card out.
Looks like end of turn stuff, probably.
You got free, they got free.
That's not bad.
You got free.
I think I want to get this filled up in the center. Hey Jeff, what types of decks tend to like Quake? I can see that she's strong, but it's not clear to me when I should play her and prefer her versus other cards. Thanks for the super chat, Sean. Shane. One of the reasons, for example, in this deck that I chose to reach for Quake is because a lot of the time we're playing a 3 or 4 energy card on the last turn of the game.
They have the bigger number right now.
They do have the bigger number right now. Oh, no, we're 14-12. We're winning by a very little bit. So in this deck in particular, for example, Quake is good because we can play her on the last turn of the game for pretty good value, typically. And then we'll get to bin Weapon H. I think the way Spider-Ham interacts with Weapon H now, he technically goes to, back to 7, yeah? Or does he not? Because it picked him and it's bugged. The cost reduction is a permanent effect. Oh, it's not ongoing.
Daddy, we're winning by the bigger
Death,
number.
death goes back up to 8, right? Is that right?
We have,
Death goes back up to 8.
we have the bigger number.
It's different than how death works.
Daddy, we have the bigger number.
We have the bigger numbers for now, but our opponent's gonna make some here. Okay, so do they get 10 here? And they're gaining 18 over here up to 24 at a minimum. So we're probably dead. I think we're dead. We lose to a 1-drop over here. Fantasticar. I think we beat that one, yeah? Because so I think they get 10 end of turns. But Havoc can only take 6 max energy. Or 5 max energy. Sorry, they're actually only gaining 15 here.
They have the bigger number.
Well, the game's not over yet.
Oh, we can still get a bigger number in the last one.
Yep, we're gonna see. Numbers are gonna go. We gotta see who gets the bigger one. So we gotta see. Do they beat 47 in the middle? I don't think they beat 47 in the middle. I think 47 is gonna be bigger than their number. So if they would have had another 1 for the left, it could have been scary for us. Like a sunspot would have been exceptionally bad. I believe when all is said and done, we're good to go here because Havoc's only gonna gain.
They have the bigger number.
Worth the call out that the extra energy from Jennifer Kale was instrumental here. letting us do a 3 plus a. Well, I guess we technically didn't need Swordmaster, but it did let us go 3 plus 4, which is the ideal. Sunspot would have had none after Havoc, right? No, I'm pretty sure Sunspot still counts the unused energy you had for the turn. Yeah, Havoc eats max energy, not current energy.
Hey, I love you, but you cannot sit here and whine. Yeah.
Okay.
And why?
I'm so mean, chat. I told her she has to go eat a snack and watch TV. It's brutal being 5. Imagine if you could for a moment being 5. It's a hard knock life. I wish my boss would tell me that on occasion, right? Your house might as well be Alcatraz. It's good. It's a good comparison, honestly. I actually really liked the 7th Cosmos as a location. Although, that's a little annoying. What if we mulliganed?
Escaped.
What's the meme? I wake up and look outside, there's snow, there's no work or school. I come downstairs and there's pancakes waiting for me, and I'm in a blind rage because I'm 4. What was it? I think the most useful, like, context for children you could ever have is, like, children seem like they overreact to a lot of stuff. But like when you're really little, whenever anything bad happens to you, it's basically the worst thing that's ever happened to you in your life because not a lot has happened to you in your life. It's all a matter of perspective, right? You're like, man, that child is overreacting. It's like, well, I think I actually don't want to play Thaddeus here, because I think I want Lady Sif to be able to tag the Infinite. So I think I'm just gonna Quake here. Oh, they must be a Wiccan deck playing the Cord into nothing. Are any of your kids interested in this game, or is it just Dad's game? This game actually isn't fast-paced enough for my kids to want to play it. If you'd believe that. Both my boys are super into Clash Royale, and then obviously Fortnite. Yeah, must have Wicked in hand here. take charge of the center, and then hope to clean up the left or the right here. Hoping they play for the center this turn as well. So when they spew some points into our 25 lane. My youngest son would fall down and look at mom and me to understand what was supposed to happen, and we would just say, ta-da, and he'd brush himself off and come back, and then his first word ended up being ta-da. That's a good story. Oh, I guess I can technically also just slam the Thaddeus weapon H here too, yeah? Is that the line? They have 8 energy. I think this is the line. Unless they're on Shang, I assume they have to punt the center. And I assume they're going to split between these other two. The problem with playing right where we're currently closer is they can play more than one card there, right? So they could play like Thanos plus something else with their 8 energy, which could potentially beat our weapon X. So I think I expect them to play to both of these, and I'm hoping that going to 22 is more than they do here if they split their points with here. Mockingbird not being Shangable is sad. There's also a world where I do have 7. Is it ever just this? Is this too Shang-brained? I wonder if this is too Shang-brained. We feel bad to lose to a Soulstone here. Yeah, I mean, worth noting here, if I'd have just slammed the weapon H left, we'd have lost that. But slamming it right would have beaten it. The Jennifer Kale was really an excellent suggestion from chat. Identifying that we just like really want to have 7 on 6 with some frequency. It's a great call out. Thaddeus is unfortunately just not very good against their deck. I wasn't even here for that suggestion, but I've already let the praise inflate my ego. It was such a good example of like a constructive deck building suggestion too, right? They're like, all right, this is a problem that we have, and this is a card that can solve that problem for us. And that's people, people always ask like, okay, how do we build better decks in games like this? And that's the one too, right? Identify problem and then try and implement solution to solve said problem. Is the correct way to be approaching those things. Could we have Agatha in this deck? I mean, I think Agatha's worse than the cards I'm already playing, which is why I'm not playing her. And I think if you just shove Agatha in here, the rest of your deck's probably worse than the established Agatha deck. And while most of the decks we're gonna build on stream aren't going to be good because most new decks are bad, something I explicitly try not to do when I build decks is build decks that are just worse versions of already established decks. Yes, agree with Steric in chat. The actual question you should be asking is, does the established Agatha deck get better from the inclusion of Weapon H? Which I would think the answer to that is no, would be my expectation. Again, just think about it from that problem solution standpoint that we were talking about. That you wanna ask yourself, okay, what issue does this deck have, and how are we addressing that issue by adding this card to it? And I'm not familiar enough with the Agatha deck to have a good answer to that question. Oh, what a miserable, sweaty human being. It's really funny how your odds of your opponent tech carding you go up the more they sweat. Great Web's gonna be a pain in the ass, especially with the uncertainty that Chamber generates in terms of stats there. I am Laced. I guess we'll leave. Let's play one more game here. I really don't like sitting here and playing 800 games against the same person or trying to test the new cards. If it looks like we're gonna lose this next one, we'll just bail out. Well, that's rude. How many H decks have we tried so far? This one, as well as Zombie Power Man stuff. And it was good as expected in Zombie Power Man stuff. Was the old peak a deck swap? The old peak applied a Mr. Negative to your hand. It inverted your cost and power. It was atrocious. This new peak isn't typically fun, but it's like way less offensive than the old one to set a low bar.
Opponent snapped.
Yeah, I think I'm feeling okay. Is this local man about to be Mobius dead Mobius? God, I guess we can get Cosmoed too. It's all pretty bad. Interesting question here. I think it's this order since we drew this. Obviously not contesting the chamber path. If I sword mastered first, weapon H gets down to 3 energy. Oh, the Black Knight gets me otherwise. Yeah, good call. Good call, good call. So either way, if I didn't draw this, I would just not Blade. I would only Swordmaster. Of course, they're also playing Stardust. And this will leave them with priority, so they can't Shadow King my Ebony Blade. And then we're hoping to draw one of our 2/3s next turn to put 23 points over here. I'd be kind of surprised by Shang-Chi. Cosmic Ghost Rider is definitely in their output range. Red Guardian could be in the face downs as well. Yeah, them not having Thanos means they're gonna have a hard time putting up numbers in the last turn. If they have like Thing First Steps plus Mockingbird, they could overcome our Ebony Blade, perhaps. Give me a 2/3. 2/2. That'll do, pig. Allieth me, daddy! Allieth me, daddy! Papa, can you hear me? Papa, can you take my cubes now? All the tech slop, and this is what you've got. Play around, Negasonic Teenage Warhead. Can this be destroyed? Can't be destroyed. All right, I did. I did play around Teenage Warhead. Ebony Blade can't be destroyed. Everybody telling me to order it the other way is wrong. See yourselves out. You should play around Echo plus Teenage Warhead. There's only one unrevealed card in their deck. Stop it. Stop it. Get some help. Oh my gosh. They retreated and are going to sweat 2-7. You know what, chat? I'm going to count this as my good deed for the day. They need this win really bad. I'm gonna, that's my good turn for the day. Try and help someone out every single day of the week. They needed that silver ticket. I'm glad I can help them out. All right, now you all can help me out by tapping the like button if you're watching this on YouTube and hanging out for these adverts. Don't go anywhere, gamers. Can you write that loss off on your taxes? Absolutely. I'm kind of digging this deck, chat. It's a pretty neat, fun combination of cards. We got a good mix of some interactive bits to get people. We've got good proactive numbers. Swordmaster might be a playable card. Second Dinner's so good at their jobs. Imagine this being a playable card. What's the Weapon H variant situation like? I really don't want to spend $20. I'm probably not going to. Watch it be the only one. Oh, there's a Pandart coming. Honestly, that's not bad either. In 21 hours, absolutely buying this tomorrow. That sounds great. Yeah, I'm missing a blue background on Thaddeus. By the way, we were talking about Hex Shards of Fate because Corey Jones is working on the what's it called? These are lifetime in the last decade, my top 5 streamed games on my channel now. And if you're wondering how long it's been since Hex Shards of Fate was around, last time I streamed that one was June 2018. How do you like the new card? New card is sweet. Helps out some lesser varied discard things. Seems powerful and good. I like it. I like it a lot. You should play Black Swan instead of Thaddeus. That's a very baffling suggestion. It's a lot more streaming for Pocket than I would have guessed. I mean, I played it for a better part of this year. And I stream about 2,000 hours a year. So it was about 2,000 probably high for last year, actually. The last 365 days, it's actually not. The last 365 days I've streamed 1,800 hours. So Pocket being like 40% of that, I think, is on point. So that chart, the thing to note is the max viewer count on Runeterra and Magic the Gathering aren't real life because Twitch front page used to hit very different. It was basically view botting. Like there were far fewer people that would get front page slots, and when they put you on the front page, your count went through the roof. So the snap peak at 8, the snap peak and the pocket peak are actually organic peaks from a tournament we ran for Pocket, and then drops going on with snap. If you consider drops organic, I think drops are. I consider those organic viewership. Bobby, thank you for the 1.5 years. Welcome back. Yeah, PC launch with drops is really big for Snap. For sure. Okay, so we're gonna do this, and then I'm gonna quake the Hellfire Club over to here, yeah? Or the Kill over to here. I literally never used Twitch before Marvel Snap drops. That is exactly why drops are so good and valuable for content creators. It encourages people to come over here for the first time and check things out. Quake's the best Marvel Snap card you're not playing enough of, gamers. Just so we're clear. The best around. No one's ever gonna bring her down. Do I want extra energy next turn? Or do I want 8 on the last turn? If I draw an extra if I have an extra energy next turn, I can play 2. I can play a That's close. I think I hold it. I think I hold it. I think I hold it. That's close.
Cut off one head, 2 more shall take its place.
They Zola'd their magic. Spicy. That's adorable. I do this, and then I have 9 next turn. And then I could do this. We could double blade. Oh, is that good? Yeah, that's probably good. It forces me to Ghost Rider here, but that's probably fine. I mean, this is a little shag-brained, but I assume it's game-winning. Opponent is cooking. Cooking or baked, one of the two. Hard to say, really.
Victory.
I think the Fall-in-One build of Man-Spider is better than the All-in Merge deck. I agree with that generally. That's literally my favorite way to play Man-Spider. And if you haven't seen the Fall-in-One version of Man-Spider, it's one of the many competitive, fun, off-meta decks you're missing by not being subscribed to my daily deck uploads on YouTube. Make sure you click the button over there to find all of the sweetest Marvel Snap decks around. This makes my Ghost Rider a little bit scuffed. But it makes this a lot less detrimental. Adeline. Okay, so we're eventually doing this. Do I do this? Or this, maybe? And then next turn I can Quake, Redshift the Infinite. Yeah, I like this, especially because it lets me draw Black Knight next turn, which is fun. Oh my goodness. Jeff Hogland is clearly hacking. Clearly hacking. This, how do we beat Ultron Middle? Can I beat Ultron Middle? Ultron Middle adds 12 here. I think we're actually cooked to Ultron gamers.
Minions to me.
There's no strings on me.
Chat wanted Hella in the Weapon H deck and they got her. You've got to trust Redshift to provide. He'll give you a mama when you need her. That'll do, pig. That'll do. The opponent is playing a Shadow King deck. Things to be aware of. So we're gonna want to be careful with this one. Makes Ghost Rider a nice draw. Probably going to Quake New York into the left for this turn. Well, that makes things awkward. I think we're still doing this, but it could get a little bit screwy with them having our Quake. How good is this deck, Jeff? I think it's competitive. Do we think they could win the left? I don't think they can, yeah. So it just comes down to a flip over here. Do they king? They could, I guess in theory, they could king both the paths, yeah. Flipped heads. Should have flipped tails. I will say, all things equal, very clearly I enjoy Marvel Snap's core gameplay loop more than Pokemon Pocket because I'm still here playing that. I've bounced off of Pocket's gameplay at this point. But it's still incredibly funny to me how many people wrote off Pocket when it came out because they, quote, didn't want coin flips in their card game. Like, I could articulate a bunch of reasons why I ended up enjoying Snap more than I enjoyed Pocket. But being painfully oblivious to the many coin flips Marvel Snap involves is not one of them. To be pointedly articulate, I actually think one of the reasons why I fell out of love with Pocket is I think its games actually had too little variation a lot of the time. Marvel Snap was very innovative in the small deck sense. It's a game where, you know, your draws are very similar game to game. And I think Pocket really hammered home in my mind that the only reason the small deck thing works in Snap is because of location variance. Like if you're not getting your variation from your deck draw, it's pretty important that you get variance in some other way to keep the games interesting. And Pocket games get very samey, which when you combine that with the fact that their metagame doesn't change often enough, it gets very redundant very quickly. This is a pretty. Oh, I was gonna say this actually doesn't work. The Black Knight disrupting this plus Weapon H is a little sad. I wanted to do this into Blade, but the way this works, Weapon H comes back and then the Blade generates. Oh shit, but then it's a coin flip. Oh. Yeah, I guess that just doesn't work no matter how I slice it, huh? That's bad for me. Yeah, I agree, 4-Bit Clover. To take a poopy dump on something Marvel Snap does that's not very good. The feature locations really hammer home how important location variance is for this game to be enjoyable, because of how those feature locations do that. Hey Jeff, I haven't watched it a little bit. Are you getting involved with Riftbound at all? No, there's no appeal to a paper card game to me. People who have kids and who have time for a paper card game, I'm impressed. You people must have 30 hours in the day. That seems like way. It takes so long. Does Riftbound not have a digital client? It does not. It is purely a paper boomer game. I also, and this one maybe qualifies the hot take, and I haven't looked into how Riftbound handles it at all. But like, what's the average cost of a paper Riftbound deck, dollar-wise? I really must say, for all the issues these game economies have in like Marvel Snap and others, I really like that it's not tied to a stock market. I like that. I like that the pieces cost what they cost, and then I don't have to worry about them going up or down or all around. Yeah, like paper. So I just want to be clear that this is a stupid bit of logic that you constantly hear from people who play card games. The competitive decks in Riftbound cost $400 because of supply and scalpers. No, they don't. The cost of paper card game decks is always because the companies that make them make their game pieces artificially scarce for the sake of fleecing their customers for more money. And it's so eternally strange to me how people go to bat for these companies and are like, no, Jeff, it's actually the scalper's fault. It costs them the same amount of money to print. It costs them the same amount of money to print a chase card as it does to print a worthless piece of bulk. And if you want a good example of this, Pokemon TCG, their cards have been getting scalped for forever now, but they're still very cheap and affordable for their competitive decks because they do a really good job. They do a really good job of making sure that the cards that are chases in their game are cosmetic alternatives, not the mechanically unique cards.
I'm coming for you.
No Riftbound product is available at MSRP. It's not just the chase. So I'm gonna time you out because again, you really don't get it. Pokemon product also wasn't available at MSRP. They just made sure that the cards that were worth money weren't the competitive staples. So again, anytime your paper card game is, this is actually my favorite part of not playing a paper card game, is not having to lecture people on fucking basic economic stuff. That should be obvious. Like it's mind-numbing to me that like this isn't obvious to people. That it's not obvious to you that Riot Games or Wizards of the Coast or whoever else can literally print any card for pennies on the fucking dollar, and they're only expensive because of the artificial scarcity. Like how is that something I even need to explain? It's so strange. For the record, Pokemon TCG like Worlds winning decks are regularly sub $100. Because again, the cards that are mechanically unique are cheap to acquire. Because the ones people are chasing are cosmetic variations. This actually ended up almost close because of their scored stuff. The scored in the machine world in tandem with the dark dimension over here was really funny. And again, as is always the case, I'm not trying to yuck your yum. If you're into paper card games and you have fun with them, like, don't let the economy distract from them. I play plenty of games and enjoy them where the economy's not great. It's just like, the economy is wholly and fully something the company that makes the game controls. That's just full stop the reality. The company that makes the game makes choices that dictate whether or not their individual game pieces are going to be expensive. A pretty sweet hand for us. Pokemon scalpers are arriving in Magic and Rudy that Magic. Yeah, I mean, Magic the Gathering is a game that if scalpers really seriously move into that game, they're gonna make the actual decks really expensive. Because Wizards of the Coast does not do a good job of making their staples cheap and accessible. As someone who experienced multiple standard formats that had $1,000+ decks, like, it's a brutal one. All right, I've never lost a coin flip in my life, so I'm certainly not about to start today. Our hand was really good, and then Ben Brode happened. Agree, I left standard for a reason. I mean, outside of casual Magic the Gathering, all their formats rotate. For reference, I stopped playing Magic because of their power creep and non-rotating formats. Like they don't rotate, but they rotate with power creep. You have to have the Ragavans or whatever the latest power crept Ragavan equivalent is. Like you look at an average modern deck or legacy deck and like look at how many cards in them were printed in the last, 2 to 5 years versus being from Magic's history like those formats used to be. Why not play Moon Knight instead of Swordmaster? Have you looked at Weapon H's cost? I know the screen can be a little tiny sometimes on mobile. So the goal here is that Swordmaster is, typically speaking, going to be targeting Weapon H for us, because we have very few odd-costed cards in our deck. That happens in Standard too. Wizards of the Coast rotates Standard every 3 years, but at their Worlds this year, the top 5 most played cards were all from the most recent set. Yeah. Yeah, it's really hard to overstate how good Snap is in no small part due to not having constant power creep. Snap reminds me of Modern from Magic the Gathering when I loved that format. It's a game where I can pick up and play Bounce, or I can pick up and play 24 other decks that have existed over the game's history, and even if they're not the absolute best or most popular, they're competitive and reasonable because they keep the power level so flat. Like no other digital card game goes back and rebalances things like Destroyer years later. That's just not how they choose to function. Do I want extra energy next turn? What if I do this and then get an extra energy, and then next turn I could go Swordmaster plus Lady Sif and get this down to 1? I think I'm into it. I haven't played Snap since Agent Venom. How viable is returning with Battle Pass cards? You could probably pick up and play the exact same deck you were playing the last time you played Snap and climb to Infinite with it. You should check out my decks guide that's going to break down of over 50 archetypes. There's no more Spotlight caches. You just got to wait for the ticker to come up in your shop to get specific cards. They've done a very, very good job of it, top to bottom. The shop ticker's a little annoying, but it's also not the end of the world. All right, dodge drawing an Infinite. We can dodge a ball. All right, so this still kind of gets us where we want to go with the 7th energy next turn, right? So I'm going to be able to play a 3 energy weapon H and a 4 energy Ghost Rider. Is my out to win? Not 0 chance here. Yeah, Snap does a pretty... It's pretty uncommon that when Snap nerfs a card, they make it unplayable. Gosh, we're so close here. Wait, are we good? This is 14, right? Are we 10? Oh my goodness, I can't believe we won that.
Victory.
Jennifer Kale was such a... the Jennifer Kale suggestion for this deck might honestly be the best chat suggestion that's like ever been made in my channel. Was such a, hey Jeff, this looks like a problem that we're having. She's a card that could solve it for us. My ego is huge right now. Yep. This deck was fun. I think, you know, like I've said, this deck's a good example of why I enjoy Marvel Snap as a deck building game. We've got this new card that it doesn't feel overpowered, but it feels very playable. More specifically, it feels like this card has been given an explicit purpose for Swordmaster. The Second Dinner design team has done such a stellar job these last couple months of adding new cards to the game that don't just go in existing archetypes. They supplement cards that have been underserved in the game and have been underpowered. And this is just really neat mix of stuff. We've got 2 cards that give us a little bit of interaction on top of our numbers that we put out. If you're a Black Knight enjoyer, this seems like a very reasonable and serviceable way to play this. If you're looking for Weapon H in a more traditional discard style deck, I think I'm gonna post the Black Knight deck tonight as a highlight. Tomorrow morning, we played Power Man discard, and he felt like a very good addition in here as well. Previously, this deck had been playing Swarm, and Swarm makes Khonshu kind of awkward, giving you some variance in what he reanimates in your game. So having another discard payoff that lets Khonshu consistently fish back up your Colonel Americas and your Morbius and your other discard things felt really, really good and clean. In my opinion, the only big miss from the Snap balance team currently is not nerfing Airship Harv. I agree. I think that's Airship is literally the only sticking point in the current meta game for me, and he's not popular enough to really sour my experience all that much. Can Weapon H ever get permanently discarded like Kachu? It cannot. No, its cost will get all the way down to free, and then it'll just stay there at free if you discard it more. It's like Apocalypse that it always keeps coming back. Yeah, Khonshu only gets discarded the 4th time because he explicitly says, I resurrected these two, and the last one explicitly doesn't have the resurrect. Just an interesting wriggle for him as a card. He's too popular for a dramatic rework, unfortunately. I don't know. I'm gonna keep the faith, Munchlax. They banned Erishim in their upcoming official tournament, which I think is an acknowledgement of, hey, we know this card sucks shit and is an experience that we don't want in our tournament, so hopefully they'll grace us with some wider acknowledgement like that in regular modes. Yeah, we actually just finished. This is gonna be my highlight tonight, Dance. We just finished with this Swordmaster Black Knight deck. I like this pile a lot. I am happy to continue sitting here BSing, but before I'm gonna be done snapping for the day. I'll be back with more snap tomorrow morning is the plan. We'll dig on into some stats and all that as well. We're gonna wrap up playing a little DC Dark Legion. I haven't done my PvP battles and that for the day. Just wanna do that for a few minutes here to wrap up. If you haven't seen Dark Legion before, it's a character collector on Android, iOS, and PC that I've been playing since it dropped earlier this year. It's not a Steam game. They have their own launcher. It's a team building character collector using the DC IP. Push buttons in it almost every day. They did they paid me to do a sponsored segment on the YouTube side back when they first launched, and I've been hooked in ever since. Hey, look, there's Red Coil. It's one of our community members. And it's a gacha game where you pull characters out of loot boxes. So I grew up watching Teen Titans and Batman and all the other. There's a lot of my favorites in here. We just got the swamp thing added to the server that I'm in.
There are many disruptions in the green.
He was
which should be my focus.
He was a character that I actually wasn't familiar with going into this, but he's growing on me, much like he grows on my opponents. You abandon the gold backs for your decks. Yeah, it's too expensive to keep up with gold on cards. It costs like $200 per card to get gold back instantly. They actually just added a new system to the game that adds another layer of customization to fights, which is the Scarab system that gives you different modifiers inside of your ship for your characters, which adds a little bit more customization that I've liked. Gives you good use for endless chips too once you hit the end of the tech tree. This one is accuracy and cooldown. They have no. Their team has no sustain on it. I think I want to shuffle this. I want Swamp Thing to take the hit for here. Actually, I probably want Martian Manhunter here.
I will get this done.
Put those two up front. Let's try this. Similar power level here.
Royal command.
We'll see what happens when they're what's it called, alts here.
I don't play.
Yeah, we lived through their Constantine alt, so I assume they're cooked from there. I think Epic 7 is one of the best gacha games. I don't know, I've never actually heard of that one. Ooh, some easy ones for 14 points. They should get fairly deleted here. We're much bigger than them. House Swamp Thing. I like Swamp Thing a lot. I am definitely going to push mine up to red, I think, before he's done. He's a very, very good anti-assassin character. This is probably too big for me. I kind of want to try and poke them to see if we can play through here. If I put Zatanna in, I could change the Scarab to something that's physical defense, dodge, and spiritual res. I kind of like that. They might just plow through us here though. They're this team's built around deleting the opposing team very quickly. A little bit more total power than mine. My swap thing might not quite have enough life and only 2 yellow to play through here.
My ring.
Face my metal!
Starfire died.
By my royal command!
It's 2 versus 3 at this point. I don't think my Wonder Woman plays through here.
Face my metal!
Worst case, I think best case we're tying here. We might not be able to plow through. If my swamp thing had slightly more stars, we probably would have won this. Would have given him more stats for sustain up front.
By my royal command!
Yeah. That was close given they were up 2 million points on us. I don't think I can beat 5 Red John and Zatanna. I haven't figured out what exact team composition I want to play into Justice League Dark. They seem like, with the addition of Swamp, they're probably the best PvP team now. This is a very anti-Assassin's team comp from them. I bet if I put Wonder Woman in here for the what's it called bonus, we might stall out in terms of neither of us having enough damage here. We'll see. Swamp it, and Wonder Woman both do okay damage.
By my feet! This great Hera! Great Hera! By my royal command!
All of our sustains pop, so I assume we're good from here. Yeah. Anytime hit makes it back to her second ult with Starfire alive usually means we're good. The super team is not particularly good. This is probably not one where I need Swamp Thing.
I will get this done. This looks like a job for soup.
It does not look like a job for Superman, actually, bud. Calm down, Clark.
By my royal
This one's close. They might get us here. Their team's well developed. I want to see how close it ends up being. Starfire getting her second ult here is good. We might pick him up. Nightwing is popping. Yeah, all 5 of mine are still up here. Yeah, I think we got him. So that's why I like to hit the bigger teams on occasion. I think Nightwing carried there. Oh, it's actually Wonder Woman, Nightwing, and him. So it can be tough to tell. I think Nightwing murked their back line, which is why they didn't have a lot of damage, and then she got through their chunkier front line, I believe is what happened there. Yeah, I would definitely say the Scarab tech system has increased my enjoyment of the mixing and matching of this game and figuring out what all goes together well. I also like that it gave me a good use for chips and tech. I basically wasn't using them before. So every 6 hours, so 3 to 4 times a day, you could grab a new chip from the research. Super, that's probably a sleeper. And then they're loot boxy, obviously, so you could deconstruct them to get some points that could get you guaranteed higher tier 1s down the line. But they give a lot of modifiers. They each have a specific team associated with them where you get that bonus extra for the team. So like I've got a couple of Justice League Dark teams that get to enjoy the bonuses from these. Honestly, I think I have these on the wrong ship. Let me double check. So this one,
I think I want the extra resistance on this team. Oh, I do have this one good. So this team is built around being very tanky and sustain 8, whereas this one has Justice League Dark People, but has a little bit more damage. I think that one's better there. And then like this one is a team comp that doesn't matter for this group, but it's just good stats here. So eventually we'll find like a Bats or a Teen Titan focus chip with similar stats and swap it here. But for the time being, we just take that in. Click some of our idle points. All right, gamers, I think I'm gonna go ahead and bounce. Also, I can see if we get a trade first. Is there a trade? Oh man, I'm gonna rob a train first before we go. I say we're gonna be done. We're out of PvP fights, but I can rob a train real quick. Let's switch you. Let's put a chip on here. Go get him. Forgot I had a train fight.
By my royal command.
The bigger team was in the front here, so if we crunch through this, the back team. Ooh!
And my ring knows just what to do.
Ooh, they got it. So say if we get through the first one, we should be good for the back, but they deleted me. I like that. I like that you can throw multiple things at the train to try and figure out different. It's great for testing different team comps. I probably don't want my assassin into their assassin. I wonder if this is a Wonder Woman play to get the Amazonian bonus to let these ult faster. Let's try. I dislike that it doesn't. I really hope they fix it not assigning your Scarab chip right away, or remembering your Scarab chip ascension. So playing characters that have different team bonuses gives them extra things. Like when I put 3 Amazons out, they all get a little bit more durable and they ult faster. Yeah, what a difference one character makes. Nightwing's a very good carry, but he's not good into opposing assassins. It's night and day difference there.
Time to fly.
Great Hera.
Ooh. Do I have any pulls? I feel like I'm continuing to throw all my pulls while I get them at Swamp Thing. Nightwing and day difference, exactly. Oh, I have 5. I'm gonna pull them. I'm gonna click the buttons. I think in a perfect world, I'd like to get my Swamp to 2 red, which means I need 4 more copies of him. But he's running for a number of weeks, so he should have time to get there. He's got a little over 3 weeks on him. We'll build that up. I do some spending in this game, but nothing too crazy. All right, I'm off. We'll be back tomorrow morning to check out. Some data from Untapped for Snappy stuff, and then we'll be playing. We'll probably do something too. I enjoy mixing and matching at least 2 games a day, so we'll figure out something to do as a second game tomorrow too. But definitely snap with the new cards more. Enjoy the rest of your day wherever you're at. If you missed the Weapon H gameplay earlier, I'm gonna upload a highlight to the YouTube channel shortly with that. Peace, folks.